Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of Slay the Princess. Now last time it was our first time playing the game after the Pristine Cut, which was a big content update, and so although I've actually seen a fair amount of the game already, it hasn't saved that progress because it wasn't saving that progress before, so far as I'm aware. This came in with the Pristine Cut. Pristine Cut also adds a bunch of new content, which we've been going through slowly. So my hope is that we'll be able to finish this page. I don't intend to see absolutely everything that the game has to offer, because that would mean finding every last bit of dialogue that we haven't seen. And that might take a while. But I do want to see every single vessel that the game has to offer. So far we appear to have 7 of a possible... 22 by the looks of it. Anywho, we'd best get into it. I don't actually recall where we were. Oh yes, I remember doing Thorns. I think we'd finished Thorns. So let's just complete Thorns once more and then we'll carry on. Takes about 25 to 40 hours depending how efficient you are and how much dialogue you skip if you want all achievements. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to do that, but I would like to see all the different princesses, as I say. I just had a thought. We didn't want to backtrack further, did we? Because I remember how I was doing the saves. I would like save at important decision points and then I would try one path and then backtrack, and then try another path and backtrack. No, I don't think we need to backtrack from here. I think the last thing we did was Witch into Thorns, and I had intended to do the Den next? I think that's right. Do you want to see the Wild? I mean, yes, I'm trying to remember. I don't recall how I would get there. Because if you want to see the Den in this playthrough, then you have to do the Wild from the Witch. Okay. Wait, how does that work? Because the Witch is a stage 2. And there's only 3 chapters in total. Wild is chapter 3. Yeah, that seems like a contradiction. Isn't it Den into Wild? And you don't do Witch? Because the Wild is shared between the Witch and the East. Oh, the Beast. Right. Yeah, I thought I could still do the Beast from here and then I could get to the Wild. And I thought the Beast was the Den, wasn't it? I thought they were different names for the same thing. Or am I mistaken? So I think I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I can complete Thorns here, go back to chapter 1, go to... go into the Beast, and then... go into the Wild from there. Oh, Beast is chapter 2, Den is chapter 3. Yeah, you can do that. Okay. So I'm not... If I continue here, I'm not going to be missing anything. Or rather, I don't have to backtrack. You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm as trapped as you are. I think we need to leave together.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Although the path from the witch is cool. Wouldn't that then prevent me from heading into the Beast, though? Maybe not, actually.
Her eye...
Alright, we can go back to the witch. Is this where I want to be? Probably. No. I do not want to overwrite. I want to load. Then you would go Beast into Den. Okay, so I've not seen Wild yet. Wild must have been... Either I missed it the first time round, or it was added by the Pristine Cut. With you. You can easily speedrun any princess at worst to any chapter you want. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She
Yes, we've heard this. Proceed into the cabin. So this should be the witch.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happens to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
So, I don't actually know how to get to the Wild, so I could just try stuff and see where I end up. Or you could tell me, I don't know. I'm tempted to not take the blade. I don't know what the Wild is, but it sounds like she's going to be predatory. And we already know the only path, as far as I'm aware, we already know the only path where we take the blade and then she kills us. That leads us into the Thorns. So it's probably not that. I'd also be surprised if it's we take the blade and attack her. I've forgotten what that leads to, but I'm pretty sure we have done that before, and I don't think it leads to the Wild. Well, you say save before taking the blade. I have a save right outside the cabin. Like, it's fine.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
So I suspect to get the Wild, we have to not take the blade, and then either let her harm us, or possibly do something very specific. Enter the basement.
No blade. Hope you know what you're getting us into.
I have no idea.
It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
Ooh. Yeah, it's very predatory language.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
Yes, I'm sure it would be, Mr. Narrator.
Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Oh, quite the promise. That probably. Hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
I see.
She must have you confused with someone else.
I'm sure. Because, of course, the thing that we have done up to this point is we did slay her at the start of the game.
She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss.
Is he though?
Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like the two of you already know each other.
She is indeed.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you?
We have indeed.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time?
If he remembered last time, then this wouldn't have been a big revelation for him.
No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
So I'm sorry about last time. Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes, or I get the sense that you're not happy with me, or I'm unarmed. That's a gesture of goodwill. So why don't we talk it out? Or I didn't do anything to you last time. You're the one who locked me away until I died. Oh, is that what happened? Oh yeah, that is what happened. I take it back. We didn't slay her. I died last time. You didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you. Or look, I know, things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. Or can't you get out of those on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time. Or why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here? Or I don't trust you. Not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye. Leave her in the basement. That might lead to the wild. I quite like this one as well. Can't you get out of those on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time. Because I know she can get out. I also think that's a very good point about you killed us last time. We didn't kill you. Let's go with, I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye.
Very pragmatic. That is why you're in charge.
Abandoning me, are you? Fine then. Run. Tuck your tail between your legs and scamper away.
More animalistic language.
You might be able to escape me, but you can't escape from what you are and what you've done. If I don't take you, the wilds will.
Here we go.
You turn to leave, but as you do, there's a deep, guttural groan, seemingly uttered by the walls themselves, followed by the creak of wood being stretched beyond its limits.
That's not a good sign.
The cabin starts to get smaller. What the hell is going on?
That's less than ideal.
We're getting out of here and saving our skins. That's what's going on. As the roots that make up the walls of the cramped basement attempt to close in around you,
Playing it
instinct
safe.
kicks in and you bolt upstairs. The steps are uneven and lively.
This could
creaking as they
go one of
expand
two
over the
ways.
dirt floor, the stairway growing smaller and smaller as you dart up towards the light. You manage to squeeze through the door just as the entrance seals itself shut behind you.
Oh goodness me, I didn't expect that. But we need to leave that cabin ASAP, because I do not trust the cabin not to shrink as well. There's one more way to get to the wilds, by the way. Interesting.
The cabin is smaller than it was before, and it's getting even smaller and smaller.
This is gonna hurt.
That's fine. We'll just leave.
Out of where?
I'm sure you'd like to do that. But unfortunately, there is no longer a front door. The roots have already closed over the only possible exit. What little light peeks through the holes that were once windows is growing weaker as the cabin continues to close in on itself.
I'm not one to give up easily, but this does seem hopeless. I'm not sure we could do any better than just sit down or lie down and wait for the inevitable.
Shit. What do we do? As your mind races for an answer, you hear the princess's voice crackle up the stairs.
Crackle, not cackle, crackle.
Do you hear that, you loathsome thing? Those are the roots of the wild, and they're coming to choke the breath from your lungs and squeeze the life out of you.
The Viled, she said. What about you? They'll crush you just as easy as they'll crush me, or make them stop. You can make them stop, right? Or we're not animals, we're people. We can work this out. We can make things better. Or, I take it all back. I can help you get out of here. You and I can work together. We can be friends. Or give up and await your death. What about you? They'll crush you just as easily as they'll crush me.
As long as you suffer while you die, I'll gladly suffer with you. Especially if I get to hear it happen.
This doesn't help anyone. I can't believe she'd kill us both just to spite me.
Yeah, and after killing us once already.
See? This is exactly why you were tasked to slay her, and why you shouldn't have left her in the basement. She's an antisocial monster who'll gladly burn the whole world for her satisfaction.
Is he saying this to encourage us to do a better job next time? Because his world is being destroyed either way. Then again, I mean, I suppose if he knows that his world's being destroyed, trying to ensure that we don't make the same mistake again is a reasonable course of action to someone else's world.
The roots grow ever closer. We know. We can see them.
Make them stop. You can make them stop, right? Or why though? Why are you doing this? Or, come on. They're pressing in on me. They're probably pressing in on you too. I'm only assuming that because I can't see you, but it sure sounds like they are. Or, we're not animals, we're people. We can work this out. We can make things better. Or I take it all back. Why though? Why are you doing this?
Because it's in my nature. Just like you coming here to hurt me is in yours. It's who I am.
I haven't hurt you once.
That is extremely not us. We're just doing what we're told, and making the best out of a difficult situation. We didn't even try to kill her. We just left her here. It's the same thing.
I'm not sure I'd conclude. I'm not sure I'd agree. Obviously, I know what's really going on here, and I know that's not true. But if I really didn't know what was going on here, I would have to conclude that if she's been here any length of time, then she presumably is being brought food and water. So, I'm not sure I agree.
It isn't. You feel something against your back. A thick root pushing its way into the cabin. An unstoppable, unyielding wall of bark. You're running out of time.
That's a point, actually. If she does die due to the roots, does that count as slaying her from the narrator's point of view? This might actually work out for him.
Shit. What do we do? What do we do?
Come on, they're pressing on me, or we're not animals, or I take it all back, or give up and await your death. I think we give up and wait for her death.
You slump to the floor as the roots continue to expand into the cabin. Ugh, we're never going to make something of ourselves with that attitude.
I'm open to suggestions.
At least she isn't going to make something of herself either. At first it's almost gentle, your body being lifted delicately off the ground as the floor shifts beneath you. But the cradle of the growing roots starts to feel suffocating, then unbearably tight. Then that tightness gives way to bulging pressure as they begin to constrict.
Bit of a dark thought, but I wonder what the best play here would be. Like, what position would you want to be in? My first thought was the fetal position, but I think that might actually preserve you for longer than other positions, so I'm not sure that is actually what you want. I don't know. I just realised I didn't put the content warning up. What is it? Violent and graphic depictions. I definitely should have put that up. There we go. Let's carry on.
The sound of creaking wood is drowned out by the snaps and pops of your bones, pain flooding your senses as you feel your skin deform, being shaped unnaturally by the living cabin.
I did say that this was gonna hurt.
The suffering is what you deserve, you hideous creature. Know as you die that you are hated. I hate you, and I'm glad to die horribly if it means you die with me. I wouldn't have it any other way.
She has some problems.
The pressure is unfathomable. You can't breathe, your vision swimming with red, your head pounding with trapped blood.
You should always have a warning, disturbing content, as long as I frequent your streams. I'll bear that in mind, Entor.
And then you pop. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Good, it's over. The wild. We're here.
We are a path in the woods.
This is weird.
We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge.
Very strange to have the princess talking to us at the beginning of a chapter. Presumably she's near us, or she's omnipresent. Also, look at the cursor. It looks like that looks like the narrator, whereas usually it'd be our hand.
His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that?
Interesting.
That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here?
A peek at the second route, another time for memories maybe? Could you elaborate? I don't follow. Also, look at the art style here. It's much more abstract than it usually is.
I think this is our third?
Third that you can remember.
That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be.
But isn't this the only world you've ever known? For this incarnation of the narrator?
Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
As I said, there's multiple ways to get there. Oh, do you mean get to the wilds a different way?
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped. He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
How profound.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do? Why does he want to know?
Oh, the paranoid.
Where we are right now is rather nice. I can hear what everyone is thinking.
Oh, I see. That's why the paranoid likes it. Maybe save. Well, presumably I should save at the first opportunity that... at the first point I get to make a choice.
There's no reason to keep secrets. We tried leaving her in the basement, but she made the cabin come to life, and it crushed both of us into a fine paste. And now we're here, existing.
We never did establish how she did that, did we? Assuming she did.
And for what it's worth, I'm with him. This is nice.
That it wasn't just, that she wasn't just taking credit for something she didn't do.
It was a fitting end. I'm sorry if it hurt, but doesn't this make it all seem so small?
I see. So the cabin ground you into paste, and now you're convinced you're stuck together. What a mess.
Oh, is that why we can hear the princess? Because we've become metaphysically entangled after becoming physically entangled? Not that it sounded like, not that it sounded like from the descriptions our bodies were actually all that close to each other when the cabin was shrinking, but you never know.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
Wait, have we actually successfully recombined? That might indicate that we can actually get out of here now, if that is the case. Although I wasn't expecting her to become just another voice in her head. I was expecting us to become one being in a more complete sense. Explore. Right, I'd better save. Explore. This thing watching us, what is he? Or why should anyone do anything right now? This is fine. I like being this. Ah, but she's a force for change and we're a force for staying the same, so that would emphasize our differences. Why are you being nice to me? Don't you hate me? Don't we sort of hate each other? Or, I can feel the pressure of the outside pushing on us. What are we supposed to do about it? Or, this is how we're supposed to be. But what do we do now? Or, whatever we are right now is an abomination. I want out. Or, I don't like this. I'm supposed to be me and you're supposed to be something that isn't me. Or, okay, you, narrator, how do I stop her or do nothing? This thing watching us, what is he?
I'm not watching you, I'm trying to help you. That's not an answer to our question.
No.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able to slay her unless you remove yourself from her.
I'm not sure I'm going to do that if I get a choice.
He wants us to kill each other.
I don't. I want you to kill her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together. She's the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
I've had enough of this guy. How do we stop him?
We push back. It may feel like he's everywhere, but presence isn't strength. Otherwise, he would have torn us apart by now. There must be a crack in the walls of this prison. There must be a way for us to be free from him.
Why does she sound so... cold right now. I was going to go with serene, but it's not even quite serene. It is cold.
She's trying to use you. After everything she's done, you should be able to see that. I may not have been around to witness it, but clearly you remember what happened. How about you try remembering how it all felt?
Turn inward and find your freedom, or remember how it felt. Turn inward and find your freedom. A glimpse of something bigger. Embrace your transformation.
You fall inward into a network of connections too vast for your mind to occupy. Are you a path in the woods? Are you a body? Can you even grasp the fuzziest edges of the shapes that confine you?
We can change to fill them together.
We don't need to be everywhere at once, just in the right place at the right time.
Well put, opportunist.
You'd do best to remember that some wounds will never heal. Some rifts can never be mended. Even in rebirth, some things never come back the same.
That's true, and not a pleasant thing to think about.
What is he going on about? What does he know about us?
Hello, Novo. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you're having a good day.
You aren't whole. You'll never be whole again. This struggle is meaningless. Whatever you think you're doing, you will fall apart.
If that's true, why do you need to tell us that? You're playing psychological games, which suggests that you're not confident about that.
We don't need to be made whole. All we need to do is find a single corner of his cage and break it.
There is a place you need to be. Just need to find it.
You stretch and search and stretch and search, growing as you decay and decaying as you grow. As you strain beyond your limits, the ground around you becomes dry and unstable and crumbles into nothing beneath you.
I wonder what that even means. Also, I would imagine he's narrating at this point against our interests. I imagine he's using his ability to influence the world to try and prevent us from doing what we're doing. How are you? How are you, Novo?
This place will fall apart before you find its end.
Yep.
This task, whatever it is you think you're doing, is impossible. He wouldn't be trying to discourage us if that were true.
Absolutely.
That's right, I know a loser when I see one. Call his bluff.
I can hold us together for a little while longer, so long as you trust me.
Implicitly. I trust you. Find the way out. I wonder if I'd chosen different choices if I would have had more options here. I am trying to collect all the roots. Well, all the vessels anyway.
Find anything. If I have to starve you, if I have to sacrifice my world to keep the princess at bay, I'll do it.
I believe him. But you do find something. It's cold and smooth, and gently buckles, then cracks under the pressure of your consciousness, flattening against it.
Move an inch. Don't grow another blade of grass or harvest the remains of another dying creature so you can expand just that much further. Stop all of this. Right now.
He sounds desperate.
I think it's too late for that, mate.
I'm at your side. Shatter it, and free us all.
Shatter the cage.
No, stop!
I highly doubt that we will actually get out, but this is worth pursuing. Some slight dialogue choices can change the voices that joins you in the next loop. In the next loop? But this is a chapter 3. There shouldn't be another loop. But his please disappear at the sound of breaking glass. For a moment, You and she gazed through the tiniest hole in the world at the place you need to be.
We found it. I knew it. I knew there was something he was keeping from us. Is that really all it took?
Oh, I see. So choices I'd already made could influence which voices we get now. I see. That makes sense, because I've been told there's multiple ways to get to the wild.
Job well done, team. Just like I'd planned.
Is this what he kept from us? Is this why he made us kill each other?
Also, there is at least one Act 4. I don't think I knew that. Please no spoilers, but that's good to know. You could have had the stubborn now. I see.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, stop wasting time. You wasted time, and then it's gone.
Go. Why is everything so cold?
Oh no, we're combined with her. I don't know if the many hands will be able to distinguish us now. We may get absorbed. Nope, we seem alright, but you never get the chance to answer her. You turn to see her gone behind you. Memory
She's
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Also, as you may have noticed, my B key is broken. How did you press B just then?
And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Oh, I see. You're having trouble, like, pressing it. Is it inconsistent? I have to press it extra hard, I see. Let's approach the mirror.
This doesn't... It's cool.
Yeah, we've heard all this before. Let's find the creature that lives in the long dark. You're withered. How far off am I from getting an ending then? I don't remember how far in withered is. Oh, sorry, the long quiet. Oh, look, she has a form that somewhat resembles some sort of plant, although in some ways not. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. Or how can you stand to be a contradiction? Or it doesn't matter how many times I go back yet. I want to know, what do you think of this vessel?
This one is like a shadow of me, twisting vines in search of answers. She will make for a curious heart.
I think you mean inquisitive, but indeed she will.
Do not mourn her. She has found what she yearned for.
I'm not sure she has. Right, let's go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. A curious and beautiful heart, bring the networked wild to her. Interesting.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right, let's go for the beast this time. How do I get the beast? I don't think we get the beast if we have the knife. I think if we have the knife, we either get the... Oh, what was she called? The one which precedes Apotheosis and the... What, the other one I've forgotten the name of. What was it? Wrath or something? Or Corrupted? I think it was Dominance or something. Then there's the Adversary, which we haven't done yet, and that's a good one. You can also get the good ending. Oh, but that would only work if you did it on your first attempt. I've forgotten what you get if you just slay her outright. On a run which isn't your first. Get down without blade, talk, get up, and get the blade, then go down again. Equals beast. Slay her outright. Are you suggesting that either would work? Slaying her outright or going down and back up? Oh, slay her outright can lead to a new ending. Okay, let's do the beast and then perhaps we'll look into this new ending.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Spooky. Let's go.
You make your way. Oh,
We've heard all this, so...
The
enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated. Her voice
Hello?
is hypnotizing. Don't.
Well, we've heard all this before.
Good. You walked. I am.
Hi. Okay.
Go back upstairs and retrieve the blade without saying another word.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here. You'd better hope for your own sake that I don't slip these chains before you...
Slip these chains? She can't.
I remember.
She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
We need to remember to close the door when we come back
She
down.
has to be bluffing, but I'd hurry if I were you. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation.
Shame that she'll stop you from seeing the wild from the beast side now. More material for another playthrough. When you're back down, close the door. Yep.
Okay. If we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all.
Because we get the nightmare if I don't we?
You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm.
Oh no.
Its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen.
Oh no, that's how you get the witch. It's the witch because she closes the door behind you. Yeah, you would get the witch again, but that option isn't available anymore.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
Let's finish this.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her. Where is she?
Close the door behind you.
You close the door behind you.
There's nothing you can do
Almost
now to not get the
magically, its
beast.
locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
Maybe, or maybe not. Bit moot though. Investigate the arm.
You step forward to investigate the severed limb. A trail of blood leads from its jagged stump into a dark corner of the basement. And then you hear the quiet patter of feet against the floor, and there's suddenly a weight on your shoulders. The princess tears into you.
Oh dear. I don't think we could have won.
Her teeth and claws are unnaturally sharp, ripping into your shoulders, digging into your throat. You fall to the ground, the princess eagerly tearing at your flesh.
Well, this is deeply unpleasant.
Holy shit. What is she?
Give up. Oh, it's my only choice. I wonder if I'd chosen different options if I could have done something other than give up here.
Are you serious? As the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers can no longer hold the blade. It slips from your hand, your one last means of defense lying useless beside you in a pool of your cooling blood. I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back.
Well, I lacked the choice.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Sad times. The beast.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Let's proceed to the cabin then.
A warning. Before you go, she will laugh as a
Yes, we know this.
That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously.
Sorry, I skipped a load there, which I shouldn't have. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom, or is it just acting out of its nature? I don't see why that matters. A lie is a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell.
Maybe.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Right, I suppose I want to save here, since there's probably at least 2 different chapter 3s I can get to from here. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
Well, now that you've seen the wild, there's only one option. Oh, okay, so it didn't actually matter if I took the blade.
She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
Goodness, she has good senses, or either that or it doesn't, it's a bad sign in terms of our personal hygiene.
She sounds almost feral, impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness.
Nope, I see a tail. That's the princess's tail.
The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere.
She's right there.
You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her.
Now we have a problem.
Remember, she's just a princess.
I'm not sure that's quite true.
She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
There she is.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified.
Fledgling?
I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
So you say?
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
Move.
You lunge to the side, picking a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air, disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess. In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains rattling across the floor behind her. Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
Did you see that foot, though, before I advanced the dialogue? Goodness me.
You're faster than you were before, but you're still meek, reactive, prey.
So you say?
You whirl around to find her, but your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs. So she's cut off our escape. Shit. What do we do?
Good question. What do you want? Or we don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you? What if we left together? If you could get out of here on your own, wouldn't you have already left? Or stop hiding and show yourself? Or sent to kill you because you're a threat to the world? I'm starting to believe that's true. Or run for the stairs. I don't think talking to her is going to do anything, but I also don't think running for the stairs will do much.
She's right there. We have to wait for an opening. That's fair. She'll kill us if we try and run past her.
But if we keep talking, it's just gonna... She'll just pick us off a little bit at a time. Maybe I don't have the option to win here because I've already seen the wild, I don't know. Stop hiding and show yourself.
If you want to see me, you should get better at seeing.
She knows that her strength lies in shadows and secrets. She won't reveal herself unless she has to.
I think we're gonna lose. You're deflecting.
And you bear your weakness to the world.
She's coiling for another strike. Be somewhere else. We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble. Keeps us alive. It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something.
I agree. But what? Survive.
Jungle, barely moving out of the way before the princess surges past you with a speed that makes her practically unseen.
Run for the stairs.
Yes, now's our chance. Quick. And then what? We need a plan. We need to figure out something. Don't plan ahead. Act on the now. All that matters is that we stay alive.
Well put, voice of the hunted.
You sprint for the stairs, but as soon as you take your first step...
This path is already worn by travel, and has been seen by one of my many eyes. You cannot walk it again. Change your course.
Oh, we're gonna lose. Dodge.
Wait, what? You manage to avoid her snapping jaws, but you aren't fast enough to evade the whole of her titanic momentum. She grazes you, the force of it enough to skin you all along your side, leaving a line of red, raw flesh.
Ouch. That must be confusing because we don't have any memory of the Long Quiet anymore. So having the creature that lives in the Long Quiet address us directly would be very confusing.
It's like being sideswiped by sandpaper. How is she that fast? This isn't working. We have to do something. We have to figure out a plan. Don't plan ahead. Act on the now. All that matters is that we stay alive. We're trying, but we can't keep this up much longer.
No.
We have to. We keep up or we die.
You're getting slow.
Indeed.
She seizes the opportunity, lunging once again from the darkness, fangs bared and claws flashing. She attacks over and over and over, and each time she leaves with a little piece of you.
Nice of the game not to keep giving us these false choices. Once it realised that there was only one path we could follow, it seems to have sped things up, skipping dialogue that is pointless. Then again, it does mean we won't get to see every it does mean we won't get to see every dialogue option.
Too tired to think, but we have to think. We have to move. It's too late. Before you get the chance to react at all, she makes her last foray from the dark corners of the room, unhinging her dripping maw, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. You do your best to dive out of the way, and you partially succeed.
Oh no, we're only part of us is out of the way.
Partially? Yes. The princess fails to swallow you whole. She only swallows your lower body.
Oh, that's okay then.
That's just as bad. That's worse, even. It's death either way. At least this will be a faster end.
Well,
You look down to see that the
Oh.
dirt between you is strewn with your intestines,
content warnings.
trailing all the way up and disappearing behind her blood-stained teeth. Your legs are nowhere to be seen. You start to go into shock. The princess, bloody saliva dripping from her lips, idly gnaws on what's left of you as you rapidly fade away.
Well, that's a disturbing sight. Look at the shape of her, though. Goodness.
I didn't mean to do that. I still need to devour you. And it doesn't count if you're dead.
We're not dead, we're...
We're dead.
But you don't have time to protest her premature observation of your death, because everything goes dark, and you die.
The den.
You're on a path in the That didn't work. We're going in with a plan this time. We're not getting stuck in another loop, just acting on instinct. We're stuck in a big enough loop as it is. Instinct was keeping us alive. Until it wasn't. So what are we supposed to do? Great, so you've been here before. That doesn't bode well. You're not supposed to have been here before. This is supposed to be one and done. So you know more than you're letting on. Yeah, what he said. Of course I do, but believe me, it's in your best interests. The more you know about the princess, the more difficult your task will be. And why is that? Having me explain why would defeat the whole purpose. There are simply some things I'm not allowed to tell you. It's a hard rule. And whose rule is it? Who's telling you to boss us around? We've died twice already, and if you want us to stay alive this time, it's in your best interests to give us an edge.
Oh, I don't know if the narrator will like that.
It's my rule, and this conversation is over.
Nope. Okay, what's the plan? Hang on, I should save. Okay, what's the plan?
She spent as much time as she could in the shadows. So we're gonna draw her out.
Good idea.
But she's fast. And she's clever.
True.
We're clever too. So this time we're not gonna let her cut off our escape. We're gonna lead her to the stairs ourselves.
Okay. Oh, she gets stuck, doesn't she? I'm going out for shopping, then I'm going to see some friends soon. I hope everyone will continue to have a good time here. Okie dokie, Jenny. I hope you have a good time with your friends. And I hope you find everything that you're shopping for.
It'll be a lot easier to deal with her once we can actually see what she is. But you already know what she is. She's a princess.
Yeah. Just an ordinary princess, I'm sure.
Yeah, right.
Even the voice of the hero feels the same way.
A princess we couldn't see, and one that had big, sharp teeth, too. How about you stick to describing things and we'll stick to doing our job?
That might actually suit the narrator quite well.
Sharp teeth?
Yep. Proceed silently to the cabin.
You make your way down to the cabin. Your fated confrontation awaits. You know what to do. Alright, we've been over the plan. Goad her out of the shadows. Make her show herself. And what if she doesn't want to be seen? We'll figure out a way to make it happen.
Good idea.
And if that doesn't make her any easier to fight,
I do like the jungle.
it will. It's always easier to fight what you can see, no matter how big or toothy she might be.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior is dark and overgrown. Vines and brush obscure so much of the place that, had you not seen the exterior, you might not have noticed this was a cabin at all. The only furniture of note, if you could call it that, is a knotted stump, a pristine blade embedded in its exposed rings. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. If there's a way forward, that mirror is blocking it off.
What mirror?
What are you talking about? There is no mirror. It's just the stump and a narrow tunnel that leads to the basement. He isn't tricking us. Can you feel the wind? It's telling us there's a hole in that wall. Our eyes deceive us.
Well spotted, Voice of the Hunted.
Then either way, we need to investigate. Might as well get started.
Take the blade.
Yes, take the steel claw.
The steel claw. I do love the way that the voices have their own unique ways of perceiving the world.
You pull the blade from the stump, gripping it tight. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I feel like the Voice of the Hunted is one of the most useful voices. And the Opportunist, they're pretty useful.
Odds are we'll need it. Thanks for not putting us in a bad spot.
Approach the mirror.
You step forward, approaching the small hole that leads to the basement, hesitating before you enter the princess's lair. Haven't you been paying attention? We're not hesitating. This supposed hole is blocked by that old mirror. That mirror isn't part of this place. It's seeped through from somewhere else.
Interesting response, Voice of the Hunted. What did you like about the Opportunist? Oh, I was just talking about the fact that they're one of the more useful voices, that they tend to, well, as their name would suggest, they tend to spot opportunities. They're a very useful one to have around, like Voice of the Hunted.
It, if there even is an it, is a hallucination. Like you said, you've been here twice before. Your mind was bound to start playing tricks on you eventually.
I mean, supposing you could actually have some of these voices in your head in real life, which ones would you actually want to have? I mean, I absolutely adore the Voice of the Smitten, but he wouldn't be very useful. But Voice of the Hunted and Voice of the Opportunist could both be very useful.
It's so grimy. Maybe we can wipe it clean and finally get a look at ourselves.
Wipe the mirror clean. What voices would you go for? Voice of the Smitten is like one of the most powerful voices. It's a pretty amazing voice, I have to say.
You reach forward and wave your hand over the open hole leading to the basement. See? Nothing. Tricks of the eye. No one sense can be trusted on its own.
Interesting point.
You step forward into the darkness. If there were once stairs leading into the basement, there is nothing left to attest to their existence now. There is only a long tunnel of packed earth, growing more narrow as you descend.
Want a suggestion about what princesses to do next? Yeah, I don't mind.
It smells of mould and decay. The damp walls leave streaks of dirt along your body as you're forced to hunch, then finally squat down on all fours in order to continue. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Of course.
As you crawl forward on hands and knees, you're met only with the sounds of ambient earth. No voice slinks confidently up the stairs, no entity threatens violence or pleads for safety.
She's lying in wait.
Stay quiet. Don't give her a sound.
She's probably already smelt us and possibly can hear us, but I take the point. The Smitten and the Stubborn, and how to be unstoppable. Which one was it that kept us alive during the nightmare? Was that the Stubborn? Because that voice was jolly useful as well. Say nothing and silently proceed down the stairs. That was the paranoid.
You say nothing, maintaining the silence as you carefully make your way down into the basement.
There are 3 new princesses. They are after Spectre, Damsel and Prisoner. They're all good, but people say Spectre and Damsel are the best ones. Then we should leave that till last. I don't think I've seen Spectre, Damsel or Prisoner before. I could be wrong. As in, I'm not sure we got to those when I originally played the game. What would I need to do to get to Prisoner then? if we're leaving Spectre and Damsel towards the end because we're expecting them to be good.
The basement is dark and cavernous, a gaping maw threatening to swallow you whole. There is no light here, save for what little starlight has managed to filter down the tunnel. And though you can't see the vastness of the space, you can feel it. You're exposed.
Prisoner is take the blade and free her. Spectre is straight up killing her. Okay. Let me make a note of that. And there's one more old princess you haven't seen yet. Sorry, I'm just going back to my notes. Right, so, prisoner. Take blade and free. Spectre. Straight up kill. So that's the equivalent of the good ending. But if you do it on a subsequent playthrough, maybe he has. He saw a playthrough at one of his friends. That's true. I don't remember that though. I think I saw. Do you know when you go to the? I've forgotten the names of them. That's part of the problem. I know when you go in the direction of the apotheosis, but then you you go the other way and get the corrupted version of her. I saw that for the first time when my friend was doing it. I've forgotten if I saw any other princesses I hadn't seen before. But there are no good endings, just choices. A streamer watches spoilers, no way. Fury. You died that last stream, didn't you? But you did that last stream, didn't you? Yeah, I did. I've done Fury and Apotheosis already. In this since the pristine cut.
Stay on your toes. We take a step into the shadows, and as soon as she moves, we jump back, make her follow. From there, we trap her in the tunnel, draw her out of the cabin, whatever it takes to get her out of her element. Then we're safe.
Good plan. What was I thinking? Yeah, I deliberately didn't watch too much of his playthrough because I didn't want to be spoiled too much, but I definitely wanted to see his first playthrough of the game when he was being... Obviously when he hadn't seen any of this before. And I think Fury was his first... was what he got in his first run. His first attempt. Step into the shadows and try to lure her out.
You step into the shadows and are enveloped in total darkness. Your heart pounds in your chest, ears pricked, eyes wide despite the inky blackness, waiting for any sign of movement. That's right. Keep steady. Don't let your nerves get the better of you. There, she's about to strike. With the near silence of a determined predator, the princess erupts from the shadows. But you've already started your swift escape. That's stage one. Now stay focused. You dive into the tunnel and begin scrambling up towards the cabin. You hear her behind you, claws raking at the dirt, chains rattling, then snapping, breaths hot and heavy with the effort of the ascent. But the sounds are coming slower now, the breaths pained and stuttering. You no longer sense frantic motion behind you in the tunnel. You risk a glance.
She's stuck.
She is a broad and sickly creature, her withered and emaciated flesh clinging to bones too large to fit in the narrow space. She managed to squirm her way into the tunnel in pursuit, but now she's stuck, incapable of either moving towards you or returning to the open darkness of the basement below.
Interesting. I like the fact that... Well, it's interesting that she's emaciated. You have to wonder what choice we previously made that led to that. But obviously that would indicate she is extremely hungry, one would assume. But I also like the fact that they do bother to emphasize that it's her bones that are too large. Because of course they've already said she's emaciated.
So that's what she's become. She wasn't like this when we started. Was she?
Nope.
No, she wasn't. Looking at her makes me feel sad. Yeah, now that we can see her, she doesn't feel like much of a threat at all.
She's probably more threatening than you'd think, but yeah, certainly much less so than before.
She paws futilely at the air between you, but her shoulders are pinned in the narrow confines of the opening. She has no hope of reaching you.
Look at those horns. Is that... Are those... Actually, I'll tell you what, I think those are antlers and that's a horn. Looking at it.
When she realizes this, her arm goes limp, flopping to the dirt floor of the tunnel, and her eyes fall from yours, defeated.
I'm not aware of any creatures in real life that have both horns and antlers.
Her eyes look up at yours, wide, pleading. Come back, you can imagine them saying. Don't leave me here. But you shouldn't listen to the sad eyes of a vanquished enemy. She wants nothing more than to change places with you.
You're probably right.
If you want us to ignore her, then why would you tell us any of that wide, pleasing eyes begging for mercy business to begin with? All it does is make us feel conflicted.
I have a duty to tell the truth as it is.
I'm merely describing things as they are. It's not my fault that her eyes had something to say, even if that something was a ploy, which... if I might stress, I pointed out to you. What should we do about her anyway? Can she still end the world like this?
Yes, of course she can. Slay her.
She hurts. We should help.
That's a strange thing for the hunted to say.
Now let's think for a second. Let's reevaluate. Should we help her?
No.
Well, I do feel bad looking at her.
Yeah, but she was about to kill us a moment ago, and she will try to kill us again given the slightest opportunity. There's a thing called water deer, and it looks interesting. I'd not heard of that.
There's no way to get close without being in reach of those claws. We've come this far, but can we trust a creature that until a few short moments ago fully intended to eat us?
No.
What an excellent question with an equally excellent answer. No! You should not help her. She's clearly just waiting for you to drop your guard. Beyond that, you do well to remember that she poses a threat to reality itself. You already have a weapon, and she's as vulnerable as she's ever going to be. How about you use it?
Right, I should save here, should I? Drop the blade and approach her. Approach her, blade held behind your back. Turn around and leave. You're done here. Approach her, blade behind your back.
As you draw near, she readies her claws, raising them to strike.
Yep, I thought so.
Don't flinch. Show her our resolve. If you're going to attack, might I suggest you do so quickly?
Strike her heart.
Violence is still a mercy here. It's still help.
Interesting remark, voice of the hunted.
Yeah, maybe this is what's best for everyone. I still think leaving would have been best, but we haven't seen what happens after she dies. It could give us some answers. You rush forward, your confidence carrying you with enough speed to avoid her desperate strike. Your blade sinks deep into her chest. So we actually did it. Why does it feel so bad? Killing the weak always does.
Interesting, voice of the hunted. I'm not fully sure why these lines of dialogue are associated with voice of the hunted. Why would someone who embodies the idea of being hunted think that?
I don't think she's dead just yet. She isn't. As you dig towards her heart, she howls with an earth-shattering shriek, and then...
Are we killed?
We're at least taking her with us, right? Yes, but not without paying a grave price. She lashes out, tearing you open. Another death and we've still learned nothing. I knew leaving was the right answer. You should have listened to me.
Oh, I didn't notice you say that.
It doesn't matter now. In her final moments, she made sure that there would be no way out for either of you. It's over.
Well, we can always reload and see what would have happened if we had left.
There's that.
Strike an immobilized creature in a dark den.
Listen, you're.
You're at the cabin. Approach her. Goodness.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is consumed by instinct, a dancer moving to the rhythm of the flesh. She will make for a ravenous heart. She wishes me to devour you, to make you a part of myself, but she is only a voice.
Interesting. I wonder if for the creature that lives in the long quiet, all of these different princesses become like the voices we get in our head.
Do not mourn her, for she is part of something greater.
Moving on.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
So we're approaching an end.
You're on a path in the woods.
Drop the blade and approach her. I imagine this won't take long.
The princess's eyes go wide as the blade tumbles from your hand. You're going to get yourself killed. What are you doing? We could all just turn around and be done. What's your game?
Oh, I remember. I was going to look up what a water deer is, wasn't I? Hold on. I'll see if I can find a picture of one. I think this was in response to my saying I've never heard of a creature with both antlers and a horn. The water deer is a small deer species native to Korea and China. Hold on, let me share this with you quickly. Alright, you should be able to see that. Its prominent tusks, similar to those of musk deer, have led to both species being colloquially named vampire deer in English-speaking areas to which they have been imported. It was first described to the Western world by Robert Swinhoe in 1870. Despite anatomical peculiarities, including a pair of prominent tusks, downward pointing canine teeth, and its lack of antlers, it is classified as a cervid. Yet its unique anatomical characteristics have caused it to be classified in its own genus, as well as historically its own subfamily. Okay, it doesn't sound like they have horns and antlers, it looks like they have neither, but I agree they're a interesting creature. Goodness me, you can see why they're called vampire deer. Anyway, back to the game.
You and I both know there's no game. He's made a bad choice. As you draw near, she readies her claws, raising them to strike. Don't flinch. Show her our resolve.
Offer her your hand.
You reach forward, offering the princess your hand. How ridiculous. She was about to kill you. Do you really think getting stuck in a tunnel for less than a minute has fundamentally changed her?
We'll see.
Yes, she's a victim of her own nature, just like we are. If all she wanted was to kill us, she'd have kept trying. But she's hesitating, isn't she? Yes, she is. Her eyes shift from faux ferocity to confusion to a gentle sadness. She lowers her claw and places it in your hand.
What are these supposed to be? These little frames in which we can see what's happening. I'm not sure what they're supposed to represent.
Do you think we can pull her out of there? We have to try. It's a bad death being stuck in place. And what if it doesn't work? What if we can't trust her? We have to trust someone else eventually. It's either him or her. And I know you don't trust him. I don't even trust the rest of you. But that doesn't mean we have to go around pulling bloodthirsty monsters out of perfectly good traps. But we haven't seen what happens if we help her. Doesn't that mean it's worth exploring? I can't argue with that. Alright, let's see what happens. Maybe we'll finally get some answers.
Pull her free.
You tug, but the princess remains stuck. What a shame that the bones of her massive form are too large to fit through the narrow tunnel.
That is a shame.
Keep pulling. All he has are empty words. He can't undermine us if we don't listen.
I don't know if that's true.
You are all infuriating to work with. But fine, you continue to pull on the princess's arm and she starts to budge. She pushes with her back legs, clawing at the earth, a burst of strength aiding your efforts. The dirt and stone start to crumble around her. That's the spirit. Keep going. Yes, quickly, before the whole tunnel comes down on top of us. Yes, wouldn't that be an interesting development? What if the very nature of this tunnel was such that you were incapable of leaving safely with the princess? How devious.
Devious indeed.
Does it collapse? Yes, it does. As you pull the princess free, the tunnel around you does exactly what you thought it might do. It falls apart. Trapped. No, we have to get out. We have to get out. It's too late to scramble for freedom now, little voice. You didn't think just pulling her out of there would be consequence-free, did you? Well, the ceiling collapses. Heavy stones tumbling down on top of you and the princess, and I don't believe it.
Oh yes?
Let me guess. Everything goes dark, and we die.
Does she pull us out?
No, not yet. You open your eyes to see the princess, her body stretched over yours, her face wincing as she shields you from the heavy rocks and debris. There is space enough for you to move, at least for now.
Goodness, I'm glad we went back for this.
I'll be damned. So there's more to her after all. The pack is always stronger than the lone hunter. We save her, she saves us. She understands.
That's true. She doesn't seem to be able to speak in this form, but she does seem to have... We do seem to have communicated.
Well, we can't keep saving each other forever. Her arms are already starting to give out, and there's a whole mountain of earth on top of her, just waiting to bury you both. We can always dig. Both of us. It beats suffocating to death down here in the dark. Then let's do it.
Dig through the earth together. We may have done this
You and the
before, but I don't
princess
recall.
dig through the loose earth of the collapsed tunnel together. How sweet. But it seems the harder you try to claw your way forward, the denser the path becomes. All of this effort, and for what? A chance to end the world? I hope you fail.
Now that's not a very nice thing to say.
His words are nothing. Pay attention to what you feel and see.
Good point, Voice of the Hunted. You didn't. This is all new content. Oh right, so that's why this feels all new and exciting.
It doesn't matter if you ignore me, because I'm just telling you what's happening. And what's happening is that you and the princess are getting tired, and your mouths are full of dirt, and it's getting harder to breathe. Harder to breathe is still breathing. Well, either way, the two of you are miserable. I don't know. I feel like we're forming a bond with her. can't be all that bad if we're bonding. She's not capable of bonding. Need I remind you that as soon as she saw you, she tried to eat you? You are not friends, and as soon as you're out, you'll see just how seriously she values your life.
We will. It'll be interesting.
If you were so sure we were going to fail, you wouldn't sound so desperate. You're just hot air. There's nothing of substance to you at all, is there?
Yeah, most old princesses got new content. Interesting.
I have plenty of substance. I have feelings and desires. Like my desire to save everyone in the world. I feel that very strongly. Do you smell it? Fresh air.
Excellent, we're close. Claw your way to freedom.
With one final massive heave of her body, the princess pushes her way out of the tunnel, leaving you behind, the quickly collapsing space you once shared.
But is she going to turn around and help us? Also, look at that leg. And the shape of it. The shape of the foot.
Yours was an alliance of convenience, just as I predicted. She has left you to die, buried and alone. You are unbelievably petty. Oh, my pettiness is nothing compared to yours. You were delighting in my suffering and the damnation of the entire world just moments ago. She hasn't left. She's coming back. Don't you hear her?
Well, hey!
No, she isn't. She's... How many times do you have to be wrong before you stop talking?
Charming.
The princess stares down at you from the opening. Before the tunnel can finish sealing itself, she cranes her elongated neck and gently plucks you from the earth. She carries you across the half-collapsed ruin that was a cabin, carefully setting you down by the door. If there were to be a record, let it show that I tried. I really, really tried. But there won't be a record, will there?
No, because the world's ending. Open the door and step into the wilds.
You open the door, the two of you stepping out into the fresh air and collapsing together onto the dewy grass of the outside world.
Oh, it got very quiet very quickly.
Ha! We're outside and there's ground beneath our feet. I don't see any oblivion. Admit it. There never was an end of the world coming, was there?
I'm afraid there was. He does not reply.
Yeah, we got him there, didn't we? I don't think I've ever seen him stunned into silence before.
True, but you've not actually met him for very long. You've obviously because our memory resets every loop. You've only seen him for 3 chapters.
Can't you feel the hole where he was? He's gone.
Ooh.
Can't see that. I'm not sure gone is good.
The princess rests her head close to you. Her eyes stare into yours amidst the untextured threads of a world unravelled. Are we free, they ask? I'm cold. I don't want to be cold. That's some very, very evocative eyes. You don't get the opportunity to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory
She's gone.
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Form an unlikely alliance in a dark den.
Oh,
Since we've already met her in the Long Quiet before, I wouldn't usually go through all this again. But I am curious whether she'll still want to eat us.
This one is consumed by instinct, a dancer moving to the rhythm of the flesh. She will make for a ravenous heart. She wishes me to devour
She
you.
does still wish to devour me. Goodness. Right.
The princess's eyes go wide as the blade. What do you...
We've seen all
Draw
this.
near, she don't.
We need to flinch.
This is a bad thing to do. Against the wise protestations of the little voice in your head, you flinch. The princess's claws rake across your body, tearing you open. You fall forward, and she hooks you with her paw, dragging you towards her. You start to grow cold. She prods you in an almost sorrowful confusion, hoping for some reaction. But there is no reaction for her to find. Your body is irreparably broken.
Goodness. So what's the significance of that? She didn't want to eat us, just play with us like a cat would play with prey? You can also go down and fight with her.
I don't think she wanted to hurt us. And yet she did. Intent matters less than facts. Her sorrow doesn't last, and when it's gone, she begins to feast. Pray again. It's all just a circle, and it never ends. She's gone. You're right.
Huh, we didn't unlock anything that time. There was no award for that. Award? I mean achievement.
You turn back towards the exit, leaving her behind. The tense silence of the tunnel is suddenly interrupted by the panicked, guttural wails of a creature in distress. She has redoubled her struggle against the confines of the earth around her, the very walls shaking as she desperately thrashes against them. She is stuck here, right? Of course, it's too small for her to get up here. But is up here stable? I don't know. I didn't think about that when I started to plan all this. It isn't. It's only dirt and stone, and she is very, very big. Hurry! You do your best to scramble up towards the exit, but you barely manage to get halfway before the ground beneath you begins to crumble. And she is getting closer, her breath hot on the back of your neck.
If she's as far as our neck already, then it's too late.
Damn it all. This whole thing is just an exercise in futility, isn't it? No words, only action. Keep running. But the tunnel collapses before either you or the princess manage to reach the exit. Everything goes dark and we die? Oh no, you're perfectly fine. You're just buried under literal tons of earth, as is the princess. Why, for the love of everything, did I not think about the stability of the tunnels? I'm supposed to be smarter than this. I'm supposed to have a plan for everything. This is all my fault. I was the one who started worrying about this place falling apart. And what, you think worrying made the tunnel collapse? I don't know. Maybe. It was physics. You can't change things just by thinking about them. That's ridiculous.
In this game, it seems you can to a limited degree.
Bickering and bickering doesn't matter, because now we're here, stuck in a dark place. Not a place to move, not even room to dig.
Or certainly there are entities in this world that can very much do so, change the world by thinking.
Something shifts in the gloom around you. An eye opens. The wet glint of it pierces the darkness, its pupil focused on you.
Hello.
The princess. At least she's as stuck as you are. Not that it'll do much good in the end. Stuck is still alive, but it's not alive forever. I can smell the end all around us. Sweet and empty. This is where we die. I'm going to lie down now. The eye stares at you with resignation, a glimmer of regret. Are we going to be here forever? Is this my fault?
I still have the blade, maybe I can still end this, or come on, you have to give us something, just a little wiggle room, or struggle to free yourself, or we can't both be stuck here, this can't be how it ends, you must be able to free us, or this is both of our faults, I'm sorry, or this is my fault, I should have done things differently, I'm sorry, or yes, this is your fault, or this isn't anybody's fault, or I know whose fault this is, and it isn't ours, wait in silence for your end. I still have the blade. Maybe I can still end this.
I wish that were the case, but she's too far away for you to reach, and even if she weren't, your arm is pinned. Can you make it unpinned? Of course he can't. We've been over this. You can't just change reality on a whim. That's what makes it real. He's right. There's nothing I can do here. I'm sorry. No more circles to run in. It's time to sleep.
Struggle to free yourself.
Good luck with that. You do your best to move your body, but try as you might, your earthen coffin doesn't budge in the slightest. This is pointless. Just give up already and die a miserable death with the rest of us. And then we'll start again and we'll do better.
Wait in silence for your end.
Yes, it's time. There will be peace soon, even if it's short. Not until we really suffer for it. We all know where this is going, so get on with it. All right, I'll go into extra detail, just for you. The weight of the world you have destroyed rests on your chest. It both crushes and cradles you, holding your lungs in a stasis where you can never take in quite enough breath for comfort.
Hold on, you say the world you've destroyed. She is going to die. We saved the world.
Your limbs ache, muscles screaming in their locked positions, one arm slowly growing numb as your blood struggles to reach it. There is dirt in your eyes. They fill with tears.
Sounds really uncomfortable. Also, where is the light coming from that's allowing us to see?
Okay, I think that's enough. We get the picture. Skip to the everything goes dark part, please.
Is he going to do it?
No, not quite yet.
No.
I haven't even gotten to the starvation. Or the thirst. That gnawing that starts as a nibble. A little reminder that despite it all, you're still alive. You can see that she too feels herself being eaten from the inside. Her gaze never leaves you. Any semblance of thought has vanished, replaced with a desire for the only thing that can sate her hunger.
Freedom?
You can feel a strain as your parched mouth attempts and fails to water. But even with a dry tongue, your hunger is such that you can't help but think about what her flesh might taste like.
I think she may be thinking something very, very similar but opposite.
Don't think I'll forget how much you're enjoying this, you sick bastard.
Funny thing is, you will forget once we reach the long quiet. Or
Don't
after
worry,
we've left
the
it.
end is close. Your mind grows cloudy as your blood slows, your chest trying to suck in enough oxygen to feed your starved muscles, your bruised ribs doing little more than bumping up against hard, packed dirt. You aren't even sure you have limbs anymore, and whether the vacant ache where they once were is just the memory of limbs. Any second, you might breathe in one last Well, are we almost done yet? He's gone. And we're somewhere new. Is this what happens when we really die?
Neither you nor the princess ever draw the final breath, because neither of you dies here. As the world around you unwinds, she places her head at your feet. I'm cold, says her eyes. I don't want to be cold. Hello, that grey guy. It's lovely to meet you. I hope you're having a good day. This is Slay the Princess. It's a visual novel. I will say that we've played this game before and we're doing a bit of a completionist playthrough now, so there will be quite a few spoilers.
She's gone. Where did she go?
Wait with
Should
her in
try
a
and
dark
find
den. I've seen Markiplier play it. Oh, okay, so you're familiar with the concept.
There's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
We've seen all this before.
This, you're...
In fact, I don't think we need to see any more of that. Where's Memories? Memories. So I'm just trying to get all the vessels right now. Although I was just exploring some of the different ways you can end that particular section of the game. So if I reload... Oh, hang on, wrong save. If I reload... we've tried dropping the blade, and we've actually found two endings from that. We've approached her with the blade, we've turned around and left, so we've done all of those. But if we go back a little further, there are still some choices we haven't tried. I'll skip the dialogue because we've seen all this before, until we reach stuff we haven't tried. So I can take the blade, and in theory, we should be able to, instead of following the plan, we could just try and get into combat with her, which I suspect won't go well, but we can try it.
say nothing. Me, the bait stay.
Step into the shadows, ready to fight. Right, this is where we're deviating. Kinda, not that I understood anything that happened, but I watched all of it, I think. Don't kill her. That's just rude. Save here, you think, Entor? Okay. Step into the shadows, ready to fight. I'm afraid because we're doing a bit of a completionist run, obviously I've already played this the way that I wanted to play it, and now I'm exploring other possibilities, so there is a good chance we will kill her. But we'll see how it goes. She may kill us. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate the follow. Very kind of you.
You step into the shadows and are enveloped in total darkness. Your heart pounds in your chest, ears pricked, eyes wide despite the inky blackness, waiting for any sign of movement.
Once I fully explored this path, I'll be beginning a different... I'll be going back to chapter 1 and trying a different playthrough from the start. That might be more entertaining. Not murder. Guru, me no like murder. Well... it's only murder if it's not justified. It would definitely be homicide no matter what, but murder implies a legal system and, or at least a moral framework, and for you to be acting against that legal system or moral framework. In this case, for example, the princess we're dealing with is very much trying to kill us, so there's always self-defense. But as you may have already picked up, if she survives, the world ends. I won't dive deep into the lore right now, but there are plenty of reasons to actually... there are plenty of possible justifications for causing her harm in this scenario. I'm gonna homicide your car if you aren't careful. You little Magnifico. Goodness.
There, she's about to strike. We're screwed. Oh no, this wasn't part of the plan. We were supposed to come down here prepared. Oh, what's the use? You just barely make out the shape of teeth and eyes as the princess emerges, enormous maw gaping, ready to swallow you whole.
Stabby time.
And...
okay, the game's calling it early. She's about to get grabbed by many, many hands and taken away. It's cute. But he doesn't respond. Eyes glance at you from the untextured threads of a world unraveled. Am I free? They ask. Did you not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever?
She's gone.
We can skip for all that. Looks like, yeah, we didn't get an achievement for that, which is fine. The only other thing I can think to try would be to go down there without the knife, but I'm not sure that would actually change anything, but we can try it. Is there anything else worth trying, Entor? Oh, there is something else I could have done. Approach to the mirror.
You step. Have that mirror isn't part of this place. So you reach forward and wait. See nothing. You step forward into the darkness. If there were one stair,
yeah, we've heard all this. Silently proceed down the stairs.
You say nothing. The basement is stale.
Oh, this looks like it's exactly the same. Okay, what would you suggest, Entor? Is there any other endings here that we haven't tried? I think you have the wrong voices for the other options. Okay, that's fair. We'll just do my favourite ending then. But we'll speedrun it.
What?
Oh, I could turn back for the blade.
What do you... drawn dome. You reach forward, offering the princess your hand. ridiculous. She
How
was
do you
about to
get
kill
different
you.
voices? By
You
making
really
different
think getting
choices
stuck on
earlier in the
top of
game.
Less than a minute has fundamentally changed her.
So the game works based on a sort of time loop. It actually isn't quite a time loop, but we'll call it a time loop to keep it simple. And it branches out, and so effectively you're exploring different branches of the tree every time the game resets. Once it's reset, or once you've followed 5 branches, then you get to the end game, which is different, and then the game concludes. But because I keep saving and loading, of course I've seen more branches than that. But it's not just that it branches. Sometimes there will be multiple paths that lead you to the same place. So I guess branches on a tree isn't the perfect analogy. That would be like a part of a tree branching off and then recombining later on. But depending upon which path you take, you may end up with different voices. You need to fight her. That should get you the stubborn. You can fight. And I've seen that kind of Markiplier.
Yes, she's a victim of her own nature, just like we are.
I'll just do my favourite ending here, and then we'll go back to chapter 1, and then we'll do a different branch that I don't think I've seen before, ever, from the beginning.
If all she wanted was to kill us, she'd
That's
have
how
kept
trees
trying.
work.
But she's hesitating, isn't she? Yes, she is. Her eyes shift from faux ferocity to confusion to a gentle sadness. She lowers her claw and places it in your hand.
So she got stuck. She was trying to eat us. She tried to follow us up the tunnel, but she got stuck. She's emaciated, but she has very large bones, and she just got stuck in place. And then we turned around and offered her our hand. For context, in case anyone hadn't followed that.
Do you think we can pull her out of there? We have to try. It's a bad death being stuck in place. And what if it doesn't work? What if we can't trust her? We have to trust someone else eventually. It's either him or her, and I know you don't trust him.
Him, spelt with a capital H, is referring to the narrator.
I don't even trust the rest of you, but that doesn't mean we have to go around pulling bloodthirsty monsters out of perfectly good traps. But we haven't seen what happens if we help her. Doesn't that mean it's worth exploring? I can't argue with that. Alright, let's see what happens. Maybe we'll finally get some answers.
Pull her free.
You tug, but the princess remains stuck. What a shame that the bones of her massive form are too large to fit through the narrow tunnel.
The narrator really, really wants her to die, and is pushing us to make sure that happens.
Keep pulling. All he has are empty words. He can't undermine us if we don't listen. You are all infuriating to work with. But fine, you continue to pull on the princess's arm and she starts to budge. She pushes with her back legs, clawing at the earth, a burst of strength aiding your efforts. The dirt and stone start to crumble around her.
Mean narrator indeed.
That's the spirit. Keep going. Yes, quickly, before the whole tunnel comes down on top of us. Yes, wouldn't that be an interesting development? What if the very nature of this tunnel was such that you were incapable of leaving safely with the princess? How devious. Does it collapse? Yes, it does. As you pull the princess free, the tunnel around you does exactly what you thought it might do. It falls apart.
Cute princess, mean narrator.
Trapped. No, we have to get out. We have to get out. It's too late to scramble for freedom now, little voice. You didn't think just pulling her out of there would be consequence-free, did you? Well, the ceiling collapses. Heavy stones tumbling down on top of you and the princess, and I don't believe it. Let me guess. Everything goes dark, and we die.
That's happened a few times before.
No, not yet. You open your eyes to see the princess, her body stretched over yours, her face wincing as she shields you from the heavy rocks and debris. There is space enough for you to move, at least for now. I'll be damned. So there's more to her after all. The pack is always stronger than the lone hunter. We save her, she saves us. She understands. Well, you can't keep saving each other forever. Her arms are already starting to give out, and there's a whole mountain of earth on top of her, just waiting to bury you both. We can always dig. Both of us.
Good princess.
It beats suffocating to death down here in the dark. Then let's do it.
Dig through the earth together.
You and the princess dig through the loose earth of the collapsed tunnel together. How sweet. But it seems the harder you try to claw your way forward, the denser the path becomes. All of this effort, and for what? A chance to end the world? I hope you fail.
Yes, the narrator tells us towards the start of the game, if the princess manages to escape, the world ends, which is why she needs to die. Also, notice we have feathers. That's our body there. We're a bird man.
His words are nothing. Pay
Or bird
attention
woman,
to what you
possibly.
feel and see. It doesn't matter if you ignore me, because I'm just telling you what's happening, and what's happening is that you and the princess are getting tired, and your mouths are full of dirt, and it's getting harder to breathe.
Bird boy, I see.
Harder to breathe is still breathing.
Indeed it is.
Well, either way, the two of you are miserable. I don't know. I feel like we're forming a bond with her. Can't be all that bad if we're bonding. She's not capable of bonding. Need I remind you that as soon as she saw you, she tried to eat you? You are not friends, and as soon as you're out, you'll see just how seriously she values your life. If you were so sure we were going to fail, you wouldn't sound so desperate. You're just hot air. There's nothing of substance to you at all, is there? I have plenty of substance. I have feelings and desires. Like my desire to save everyone in the world. I feel that very strongly. Do you smell it? Fresh air.
Claw your way to freedom.
With one final massive heave of her body, the princess pushes her way out of the tunnel, leaving you behind, the quickly collapsing space you once shared.
So that's her back leg. Oh my goodness, a skeptic voice thinks the narrator is attractive, does he?
Yours was an alliance of convenience, just as I predicted. She has left you to die, buried and alone. You are unbelievably petty. Oh, my pettiness is nothing compared to yours. You were delighting in my suffering and the damnation of the entire world just moments ago. She hasn't left. She's coming back. Don't you hear her? No, she isn't. She's... How many times do you have to be wrong before you stop talking? The princess stares down at you from the opening. Before the tunnel can finish sealing itself, she cranes her elongated neck and gently plucks you from the earth.
Jolly good.
She carries you across the half-collapsed ruin that was a cabin, carefully setting you down by the door. If there were to be a record, let it show that I tried. I really, really tried. But there won't be a record, will there?
Open the door and step into the wilds.
You open the door, the two of you stepping out into the fresh air and collapsing together onto the dewy grass of the outside world.
Back leg is like Bird Boy. I don't know, I'm not sure if we've ever seen the main character's leg before.
Ha! We're outside and there's ground beneath our feet. I don't see any oblivion. Admit it. There never was an end of the world coming, was there?
He does not reply.
Yeah, we got him there, didn't we? Don't think I've ever seen him stunned into silence before. Can't you feel the hole where he was? He's gone. Fancy that? I'm not sure gone is good.
The princess rests her head close to you, her eyes stare into yours amidst the untextured threads of a world unravelled. Are we free, they ask? I'm cold. I don't want to be cold. And she's taken. Right. So from this point on, it's all stuff we've seen before, so I'll go past it quite quickly. So we'll just head into the long quiet, and then we'll go back to chapter 1, and we'll do things differently. No. What's wrong? If she gets cold, she
There's
gets
a
hands.
world beyond the endless deep.
Indeed.
I will be.
Right, chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further.
What princess do I want? I was going to go with the prisoner. I think you said there was new content there, but I'm not even 100% sure if I've seen the prisoner before. But I remember you said that I need to take the knife, but then free her. Basically, anything you do now will lead to something new. Listen to Mr. Narrator.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Oh, for those that aren't aware, our memory gets reset whenever the world gets reset. And also the memory of the voices in our head. So, for all intents and purposes, no one remembers what just happened.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Except the adversary, because you can't get the fury from her now. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
I guess I should probably save here, since I imagine we'll want to go back.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Do you want the branches, or do you want to figure them out on your own? My preference would probably be to... Hang on, let me turn my mic down slightly. I think I peaked. My preference would probably be... Go through it the first time, just choosing whatever I feel like choosing, and then have you tell me the things that I missed. But then again, some of the stuff that I missed will be obvious, so yeah. I guess I'll ask for assistance as needs be. Let me know if I miss anything that I'm not even aware I've missed. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue down the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I've just realised there's only one way we're getting that chain off of her wrist, isn't there? So, content warning for, quite, for graphic violence. It's not quite violence, is it? In the sense that, like, surgery isn't violence, but I can't think what the proper term would be. Gore, I guess.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Going blind after the pristine cut was so fun. I got a new Chapter 3 princess on accident. That does sound fun.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yes. What? No way. Why would you even think that? Or, okay, yeah, you caught me. I'm here to slay you. Or, nah, nah, or, haven't decided yet. Or, I'm just here to talk. Or, steal your nerves and step forwards. I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Yes, Centaur? Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
I don't think I've ever even gotten this far before. I could be wrong. Even when we were playing the game previously, before the Pristine Cut, I'm not sure I ever chose this exact sequence of... I don't think I ever made this exact sequence of decisions.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Could be wrong. I could be wrong. We might end up at Chapter 2 and I think, oh yeah, I remember this.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
I've seen worse. I've seen more awkward. Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
I've been told things, but I'm not sure what to believe.
Believe me.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
I know what I've been told. Whether or not I believe it is an entirely different matter.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking.
You can choose to talk enough. We've talked enough option. Okay, we've talked enough. Or how would I get you out of here? That's a fair point.
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Very dark turn.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
Nope.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I can't even imagine it? Blimey.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Return to the bottom of the stairs. Or try the door. No, return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
I don't like the thought of doing it, but it's what we have to do. Save the princess.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't even have to cut that much off. Like, I realise this isn't a very pleasant topic of conversation, but it's only the hand that's the problem. If you cut from the other side, then her arm should slip straight through.
You cut into her flesh.
In fact, you could probably just take away some of her hand. She could probably still have a couple of fingers on her thumb, at least.
The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Yeah, and also, why is she not bleeding more? Like, we should have to tourniquet that.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
Maybe we have done this before. This does seem familiar.
As the princess approaches the bottom
I
stair,
remember.
your body steps forward and raises the blade.
We have done this before.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Warn her. We can't slay the princess. That leads to the witch, doesn't it? I think that's the first... I think that's how I got to the witch originally, when we first played. So I think we have seen the prisoner before, because I think I've also done this option before.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist!
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
Oh dear.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Look at how the cursor changes. We no longer have the blade.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
Yeah.
And then
Ow.
she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck.
Thumb would be enough in general. Yeah, I think that would work, but also that's one of the bits that you really would want to keep if you could.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
The prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie.
Yeah, we've heard this.
Did you just say wink out loud?
Oh, hang on. I did just skip a bit we should have heard. Voice of the skeptic. Yes, yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in and take the knife and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
I don't remember this, though. I remember resisting... I remember the previous bit. I remember having the narrator try to get us to stab her in the back, and I remember resisting, and I remember her turning the blade on us. But I don't remember the prison.
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Let's save here. The damsel route is the same, but you go down without the blade. Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking of. Enter the basement without the blade. Oh, of course, the damsel. I remember now. That's how we get the smitten. And when you take the blade, the smitten makes a remark about, well, of course, we'd need a blade to free her if she's bound up. Yes, okay. That makes sense. Enter the basement.
I'm afraid I'm going to insist we take the blade. We're in a dangerous situation and I'm not letting us go down there without a weapon. Are you sure? What if she... I don't know... turns it against us? Which I'm bringing up in a purely hypothetical manner.
After what she just did. And slay the princess is grayed out because it leads to the tower. Yes, tower was the one I was thinking of earlier. That's the one that can go to apotheosis or fury.
Yes, I'm sure. Turns it against you. She's a prisoner here. She'll only be able to turn it against you if you give it to her. Which you won't be doing because she's an existential threat to the entire world. Okay, I'm trusting you.
Hey, don't I get a say here? What's the big idea?
Normally, yeah, but not about this. Call it a reflex. We take the knife as we go. Wonderful. You do exactly that, sweeping the blade from the table before proceeding to the basement.
I don't remember this ever happening before. Not being allowed to choose whether to take the blade or not.
Don't worry about it. We have a knife, so what? It's not like we have to use it. No, you don't have to do anything, but you do well to use it regardless. Moving on.
Interesting he'd emphasise that we have a choice at all then.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Harsh but controlled. I think we're about to get a new voice. A voice I haven't heard before.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
That is a new voice. At first I thought it was just the lower voice that she takes from chapter 1 when you take the blade. But no, that is more controlled.
I wonder what visitors she could be referring to. Were we not the first? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you.
That looks
the
frustrating.
heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
She doesn't look impressed, does she?
Should we be worried about the one around her neck?
That's a good point, actually.
Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Yeah, I was wondering about that as well, but you make a very good point. Everything here seems to serve a purpose, except that. Good point.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Yeah, let's have a save. There's no point having a save here because we already know I don't get a choice. I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just going to leave her here. Leave the princess in the basement. Or sit with her or slay the princess. Let's sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
That looks large enough she might be able to slip her head through.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Interesting that you're actually having what seems like a productive conversation with me for once. It's very, very, very rare that the princess actually does that.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Sit where you were told to sit. I hope there's not a trap right underneath us.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
My intentions? What do you mean? Or I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that? Or what happened after I died last time? Or that other chain on the wall? Who's it for? Or what would you have me do? Or I think I'm just going to have to leave you here actually. You're not much of a threat to anyone locked up like that. Bye! Or slay the princess. That other chain on the wall, who is it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
Inspect the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And why is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
Maybe.
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
Here, here.
But what if he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
I am.
Inspect the shackle.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity.
Look at the expression on her face.
I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
Okay. Supposed to say. As though you've got some sort of script you're following. Interesting.
What is that supposed to
Or
mean?
some procedure.
It sounds bad. Is it bad?
Does she get up and attack us, or does the shackle come to life and clip onto us?
Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck.
Suboptimal.
And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
That is very interesting. That means the blade has been... Well, I suppose the blade could... Like everything else in the world, I suppose it could change each loop. But that blade must have been magnetic then. For it to be repelled. Because if it was just paramagnetic like iron, I think I'm using that term correctly, I may be wrong, then it would always be attracted. You know, you've... Like the iron in a fridge, which lets you stick magnets to it. It becomes the magnetism is induced in it by the magnet, and so it will always attract. You couldn't have a fridge which would repel a magnet. My point being, for the blade to have been repelled, it must have been magnetic, and I suppose the poles of the magnet that is the blade magnet, must have been at the right angle for it to be repelled, as opposed to attracted.
Excuse me?
Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Become your own jailer, prison of the
Yes.
mind. I wonder if this is the new one that they added.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
In a dark sort of way.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
Yeah, guess we'll starve. That could almost be a meme, couldn't it?
That's horrible.
It's not ideal.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Samir.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
That's a fair point. So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Don't want to talk or play a game? Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's
Oh, dear.
rude.
Did you know that was going to happen to me? Wait in silence. The silence is deafening.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring.
Surely she has some games on her phone. I was thinking of playing a game in our heads. Like playing chess. As they did in the... Was it the Shawshank Redemption, I think? When they were in the cells? Or possibly... that might be difficult to start with. Maybe something a bit easier like drafts.
There must be something we can
Oh,
do
then
to get
again,
out
how
of
you can
here.
uniquely
There must be
identify each
something
piece?
we're missing.
Chess, if anything's easier, because all the pieces are unique. Well, you get the idea. Poker wouldn't work very well.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
At least the world is safe.
It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
It just does.
Very convincing.
But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
Goodness, what sort of chapter 3 are we going to get from here?
If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
Yeah, and aren't we getting hungry and possibly emaciated? And thirsty. And dehydrated.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there. But then they get larger. And larger.
Wait, do we not need to eat or drink in this incarnation of ourselves? Can we literally just wait this out until the entire cell is eroded by natural processes? Hey, have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk, remember?
Well, if the basement is changing, it must have been years that we've been waiting by now. Unless they really do mean tiny, tiny, tiny changes. So I've spoken to you once in the last few years. And that's your reply?
Still rude.
Continue to wait in silence.
You continue to wait in silence,
working.
and the cabin continues to change. The decay
Roots.
comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking that.
She hasn't starved. I guess she hasn't.
Even more silent time passes as
I
you
hope we
watch
don't get
roots
crushed.
push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass and pass.
We need that wall to come down so that we can move independently.
Until suddenly, there are no walls. And then,
I'd argue that counts as walls, there's just no ceiling. Also, how come nothing fell on our head? I mean, I'm very glad it didn't, but slightly odd.
and
I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
Oh, that's a very, very good point. I guess this does technically count as you being free. Well, not free,
So
but
this
out.
is the outside world. It's cold.
Blimey, what an end. But hang on, this is only chapter 2. It ended in chapter 2.
she's gone. And is that
That's unusual.
this?
You're right.
That was an old ending. Hello Samir, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's lovely to meet you. Oh, I think we would be moving. Wait, hang on. Do I not get to speak to the creature in the long quiet now because I've already been round so many times? That's annoying. I won't get to hear what they have to say about the princesses. I didn't appreciate that that was a problem. Most chapter 3 princesses have an ending. Oh, okay.
You step towards the princess.
There's fun. Do you think this is a game? Do you think these chains take away my say in things?
I actually didn't mean to do that, but never mind. We'll see what happens. I actually meant to sit. I actually did mean to sit where she asked us to.
As you move towards the princess, she stands, her chains clinking as she wraps them around her fists. In an instant, they're around your neck, both of you dropping to the ground as she pulls them taut, bracing her body against yours as you struggle uselessly. The metal chains constrict around your windpipe as the princess heaves with a muscled intensity.
Love this.
Drop the knife or you die.
What is she doing? We weren't trying to attack her.
I can see where she might have gotten the wrong idea. She doesn't have much agency here. Would we have trusted her if the roles were reversed?
I don't know. How about we think about the nuances of interpersonal relationships when we're not being strangled? How many times did I warn you she's not to be trusted? But while strangulation can be very distracting, she's not armed, and you have your pristine blade. End her before she ends you.
Slay the princess!
You steel your will and refuse to give in to the princess's demands, ignoring the stars dancing in your eyes and the screaming of your starved lungs. You strike.
Our lungs shouldn't be starved at this point. You can hold your breath for, you know, quite a long time. I'd certainly expect a minute or two, even under very poor circumstances. What's going to be more of a concern is cutting off the blood to our brain. In fact, that's a very good point. Strangulation is the cutting off of blood to the brain. Choking is the cutting off, or is blocking the windpipe.
You fumble your first few attempts, only making surface-level scratches and gouges as your arm flails forward, barely able to obey you. But a single focused blow was all it took. Your blade pierces up through her ribs, slicing through flesh, striking her heart.
She does not look happy. To be fair, neither would I be in her position.
The chains loosen. The darkness creeping in at the edges of your vision subsides.
None of this was ever very fair.
was it? But I did kill you last time. I should have expected you might want some petty revenge.
I wasn't after revenge. I just sat a little close to you on accident and you started strangling me.
Unfortunately for you, that means you've dug your own grave. You can forget about me ever helping you again, even if it damns us both.
And just like that, the princess is slain and the world is saved.
Execute a prisoner.
Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
I don't like this. It was too easy.
It was not too easy. We almost died. That's right. This was an incredibly difficult task, and you performed it admirably. Let's just get out of here. I don't like looking at her body. Plus, he said there'd be a reward. I'd appreciate a reward right about now.
Would you now?
You have the attention span of a fly. How are we supposed to unravel the mysteries of this place if you're so easily distracted by empty promises?
Cool, not many people find this ending. To be fair, I am trying to get all of the vessels. So I am deliberately saving and loading and trying different things.
It's better to have a short attention span in a situation like this. There's no use dwelling on the past, especially when it's already set in stone. And especially when your promised reward is not, in fact, empty and is worth all the adversity you've been through to get here.
What is it?
Fine. But if we're leaving, then we're taking the blade. I feel exposed without it.
With your work done, you remove the blade from the princess's corpse and make your way back upstairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. You can think of it as sealing yourself off from an unpleasant chapter of your life. It's all uphill from here.
It's weird that this chapter hasn't ended yet.
The windows. Do you see that? We used to be able to see the outside world from up here, but now it's just empty. The door. Check the door.
Open the door and accept your reward.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
So where's our reward?
You don't have to act surprised. We could see this vast emptiness through the windows.
But if everything's gone, does that mean we're not gonna get our reward?
Oh, your reward is the emptiness. Emptiness forever and ever.
This is your reward. An eternity of bliss, if you'll have it. And I suggest that you have it. Okay. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
Like hell it is.
This is terrible. Let us out of here. I don't know. I'm pretty okay with this. I was kind of hoping we'd get a better ending for saving the world. I don't know. I'm pretty okay with this.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Decades? No, it can't be decades. We can't go along with this. We can't let him win.
Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. Oh, I don't know. I'm pretty happy. I'm going to accept my reward now.
But we're not happy. He's just telling us that we are. I can tell you for a fact that I'm extremely unhappy right now.
Yeah, what he said.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy. I'm going to accept my reward now.
That's great. Congratulations. You've earned it. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
We've had an ending like this with the exact same dialogue before, haven't we?
He's just saying things.
The voice's protestations fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, You simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Wait. This is a different path
No,
to the good ending?
Stop that. Stop all this nonsense.
You really don't want to be happy, do you?
Have a voice ruin your happy ending.
We still have a blade. Let's use it on ourselves and start over.
He's suggesting you kill yourself. You shouldn't kill yourself when you have an eternity of bliss right in front of you.
That does seem like good advice, on the face of things. But I liked being happy. Are you really going to take it away from me?
That wasn't real happiness. The truth is still out there for us to find, but we can't find it here.
Sorry, but we're not doing that.
Don't apologize. I'm sorry.
Wait, why are you sorry? Your body lurches as your heart suddenly stops beating.
No.
Are you killing us?
You'll forgive me eventually.
You goddamn spiteful bastard. Are you really going to turn down immortality itself just to make me lose?
I think we both know the answer to that.
Why should it matter if we die at this point? Haven't you already gotten what you want?
I don't have to answer that.
That's all we needed to hear.
It turns out that it doesn't take too long to die after your heart stops beating.
No, I suppose it wouldn't.
You collapse to the floor, everything goes dark, and you die. You're a genocidal maniac, you know that, right?
Although I think it would take like a minute or so. Or probably slightly longer.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
The Grey. This looks new to me.
You're on a path.
I've not seen this before, I don't think.
See, that wasn't so bad. And now we've got another chance to get to the bottom of things. Bit by bit, we're starting to unravel this place.
This looks like the world's undergone some sort of ecological disaster. Is the Grey really new, or have I seen it before? I'm not sure. But yeah, like, it looks like all the... Oh no, there is some grass. So okay, there is still some plant life alive. But yeah, we're certainly not in the woods anymore.
There are so many more threads to pull once you stop feeling.
Oh, it's the voice of the cold. The voice of the cold is one of my more favourite ones. Now, it's old, but not Ma. Old Root.
That's a little dark, buddy. You feeling okay?
You've seen another version of her. Okay, so the Grey isn't new then. Neither to the game nor to me.
I'm feeling nothing. And I like that just fine.
From the damsel, yes, I think you're correct. Yes, that makes sense.
So you've been here before. Of course you've been here before. What count is it this time? 2?
3.
It's our 3rd. What gave it away?
Interesting that you have memories from before you were in our head.
Your open discussions. You came around on that awful fast. Have you just been pretending to forget every time? I'm afraid not. Whatever other versions of me you've met in those other lifetimes were just that. Other versions of me. I just wish I'd been the first, so you knew how all this worked. Why didn't you ever tell us? We could have used it to our advantage. That's because there is no using it to your advantage. The more information you have, the harder it will be for you to succeed. It's not like it was that difficult to slay her last time. She may have put up a fight, but her flesh is still softer than our blade.
We don't have a blade, you can see from the cursor.
And now she's dead, and I doubt she'll be able to do much of anything from the grave.
Well, you say that.
You already slew her, and you survived.
Indeed.
Yes. Then why, pray tell, are you here? Oh, I know that one. The gruff one stopped our heart and we died. Why? Because you thought trying to stuff us away in a corner for eternity was a suitable reward.
Oh, this is taking an interesting direction, isn't it?
Was it not? What better reward is there than eternal bliss? You should have been happy. We were bored. There were still answers that we needed to find. It was actually working. And you killed yourself. I can't believe it. You ruined everything.
This does actually raise some interesting questions. I thought the whole point was that we keep accumulating vessels until the creature that lives in the Long Quiet is complete, and then we carry out a... What is it? I think the narrator wants us to then kill that iteration of the princess, and then his plan is fulfilled. That's what he wants. So why would he want us to stay in a little room for all eternity? That doesn't get him what he wants. That's not part of his plan.
How does us dying ruin everything? What aren't you telling us? The world doesn't stay saved if you die.
So are you suggesting that your actual plan is that we stay somewhere for all eternity, and that's what keeps the world saved?
And if the world isn't saved, then that means she isn't dead.
Very good point. I'll have you know that I didn't want to kill myself last time.
That's great to hear, but it doesn't matter because you still died. No hard feelings, right? Of course not. No feelings at all? Speak for yourself. What? You wanted us to stay in the happiness void forever? I doubt that.
Whatever happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. We might as well see this through. Proceed to the cabin.
I'm sure you've already heard my words of warning in one of your past lives. You've already managed to slay her once, just... don't muck it up this time, alright?
I wonder what she'll be like. I'm pretty sure I've seen the Grey before, but I've just forgotten it.
What we do is entirely up to us. And we have all those mysteries to unravel. Isn't that right?
Oh, wasn't this a weird one? Like she's already dead or something? Or she's a ghost?
You aren't here to solve a mystery. You're here to save the world. That's what you say. But how can we be sure? We can't be sure of anything except what's right in front of us. Okay, but we should care about the fate of the world. Why? Because we should. I don't know. It's important. Is it? Yes. I think. For all we know, the world you're talking about isn't even real. Of course it's real. Where do you think you are? Somewhere else?
What are the other options?
Maybe we are. This is horribly unproductive. The cabin and your extremely important destiny await.
The skeptic was onto something there. I'm not sure if they even realised how close they were to the truth. Proceed into the cabin.
As soon as you enter the cabin, you're struck by an overwhelming scent of decay, of mould and death and stagnant water. The once stately wooden building is bloated, its beams dripping with a black ooze of putrefaction, all but the exterior stone walls warped beyond recognition. It must have been beautiful once, but in its ruin, it is beyond repulsive.
Not even going to talk about the ghost with a dagger sticking out of her heart?
But you're not alone. You can feel something watching you. There is a figure faintly outlined against the rotting wood of the wall. Is that her? It's like she isn't even there. See? We killed her.
We did.
You're right. Maybe she doesn't reset like us. She certainly doesn't look the same as she did last time.
She doesn't seem happy about the state of affairs.
Before you can make a move, the figure is gone, vanishing behind the door on the far side of the room.
What door? There's a mirror there.
The door at the end of the room, but there isn't a door. There's a mirror, that's it. The mirror? Is this some kind of joke? Did you all plan this out before dying? There is no mirror. There's the door to the basement, the table, and the pristine blade. Huh.
There's no pristine
That's
blade.
strange. There's
It's
supposed
in
to be
her.
a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
Because it's in her heart.
Maybe it's gone because we've already killed her with it. But we had it with us when we died. And besides, everything else has reset. Why wouldn't the blade have reset too? Maybe it's because we've already explored that avenue. We've seen what happens when we slay her. Maybe this place has decided we don't need to try that again. I suppose it doesn't matter why the blade is gone, but you're going to have to find it if you're going to do this right. So why don't you march over to that door and make your way down to the basement?
I should probably save here. Approach the mirror.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You must think you're looking at that mirror you mentioned earlier, the one that doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open the door. It's so hazy. We should try and clean it off.
Wipe the mirror.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. The handle is just a little to your right, and a little down.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we can see it now. So much for our reflection. We didn't need to see ourselves anyway. I'm much more interested in seeing other things.
It's a brilliant voice, isn't it?
No way left to go but down.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement groans open. The air is foul and wet, so thick that you can almost feel it settle onto your skin in layers of grime. The stairs are coated with slimy algae, the wood rotted through in places, reeking of fetid vegetation. A wispy figure watches you from the bottom of the stairs, face veiled in shadows, legs submerged up to her shins in dark waters.
How would we know if she's in a dress?
There she is again. Barely. She's just an old memory.
You say that, but if I recall correctly, she is a memory that can do us quite a lot of mischief.
Your eyes lock for a brief moment, then she vanishes around the corner.
Although I seem to remember things ending in a fiery way last time, whereas this seems to be watery. I'm sorry about last time. Are we good? Proceed down the stairs.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A bloated body floating face down in slowly rising waters. Her wrist still bound to the wall by a heavy chain.
We need to be careful here, but this might be an opportunity to get the blade back.
This cell is a dark and isolated place, with not so much as a window to allow starlight to penetrate the gloom.
And this is actually properly animated, it's not just got the wobbly effect that everything else has. We don't often see that, I don't think.
See? She's dead. She's not just dead. It looks like she's been rotting. So killing her does stick. Mostly. But if she's dead, then what are we supposed to do?
A very good question.
She isn't dead. You clearly just believe she is. Her corpse is floating right in front of us. You can stop it with the mind games. If she's dead, then do we even have to do anything? How can she be a threat to the world like this? Your thoughts are cut short by the sound of a slamming door and a clicking lock.
Is the water level about to go up?
You turn to see the shade of the princess staring down at you from the top of the stairs.
Hello.
So that's where the blade is. It's already in her heart. And yet she isn't dead.
Well, she's not alive either.
She is dead. Have you never heard of a ghost before?
Does present some problems for us.
Oh, for the love of... Can we not waste time arguing over the semantics of what is and isn't dead? She is clearly conscious. She clearly just slammed the door on you, and she clearly has a weapon. Your pristine blade sticking out of her chest. This is extremely bad. Catastrophic, even.
At least we know that blades will make contact with her.
Yeah, dead or not, what are we supposed to do about her? Slaying, or destroying, if we want to be a little more death neutral, seems off the table. Yeah, this is tricky. But let's talk to her. See what kind of information she has that we don't.
Assuming she's happy to talk and able to.
But she hasn't said anything. Are you sure she can talk like this?
Bold of you to come back here after what you did.
Apparently she can. Why did you close the door? Let me out. Are you trying to kill me? Or what's wrong with you? I don't want this. Or I only killed you after you killed me first. We're even now. We don't need to do this again. Oh, please, I'm begging you. I'll do anything. Just don't let me drown. Or, is this about last time? I'm sorry. Now, can you let me out? Or rush for the blade, or rush to the door. I don't think this is going to be very productive, but we could try it. I wouldn't call it a diplomatic option, but it's the closest thing to a diplomatic option that we have. I only killed you after you killed me first. We're even now. We don't need to do this again.
But she doesn't answer your question. All she does is watch you in shadowed silence. Do you hear that trickling sound? The water's rising, isn't it?
Yes.
It is, and it's rising fast. Oh, that's interesting. We've never drowned before. I wonder how it'll feel. Bad, I bet. I don't think dying ever feels good. Yes, how astute. Dying is bad and you should avoid it. How about you stop trying to talk to her and do something instead?
That's a fair point. Rush for the blade.
The princess eyes you with a disaffected gaze as you rush up the stairs, but you don't make it past the first few steps.
Oh no, what happens? Do we slip or something much worse?
The door bursts open, a powerful wave of water crashing down towards you. You're swept up in the flood. Your head slams into the basement wall. You come to a moment later, suspended in darkness, disorientated, only aware of the surface of the water and the emptiness above. And of course, the princess, hovering above you, watching in silence as you struggle to stay afloat in the icy depths. There's no way out.
Afloat, so there's still air.
It's so dark and cold, I think our limbs are slowing down. How much longer can we do this? Just keep breathing, we'll figure this out. Or we won't. It doesn't matter either way. But you don't have time to figure anything out. Something cold and clammy wraps around your ankle.
Of course.
You're dragged under, only able to take one last hopeful gulp of air before your head is plunged into the freezing depths.
I agree, this isn't an ideal situation, but we still have options.
As you sink below the surface, you see it. Or rather, you see her. The body you found floating when you first arrived, its hand is locked around your ankle, the heavy chains pulling you both down into the unfeeling, suffocating nothingness.
Oh dear. What a horrifying sight.
I get it. We shouldn't have killed her. Just get it away from us, please. The past is the past. There's no changing it. There's nothing to fix. And there's not a lot we can do about the present either. Not unless we think, like we should have been doing all along.
Okay, I'm listening.
But there is no thinking as you drown. You desperately try to pull yourself back to the surface again, and again, and again. Your icy limbs flailing desperately against the grip of her rotting corpse. And all the while her ghastly figure stares down at you, expressionless, as unfeeling as the weight around your ankle.
Your lungs filled with water, the same membrane filled with blood. In the end, we're not so different.
Got an achievement for this. Now, am I right in assuming that I won't get to ask the creature that lives in the long dark about this vessel?
You're right.
That does appear to be the case. Is there anything I could have done differently here?
Yeah, so no. The door whispered there, Belle. She's just your eyes.
I'm sorry about last time, are we good?
You receive no response. Do you think she's upset with us? I don't like being here unarmed after what she doesn't seem for you.
Oh, there's no other options here then. So no matter what, we were going to drown there. Okay, fair enough. But there is another choice there is another chapter 3. Grey is one note. I swear we died from fire the last time we visited the Grey though. Maybe like the damsel grey gets you burned and the prisoner grey gets you drowned? I don't know. But right, there is another option here. There is another way to... there is another ending, another chapter 3 from the prisoner. Yes, damsel grey gets you burned.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Sit where you were told to sit.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
My intentions? What do you mean?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
Yeah, but surgically removing your head isn't going to work.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Quite.
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
She might, actually.
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
So she is willing to work with us. How am I supposed to cut you out? If you didn't notice, your head is in a shackle too.
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
What's she going to do? I almost want to do it just out of curiosity. I mean, if this was real, I would be... Well, if this was real and I was in a loop, I guess I wouldn't care. That's one of the things that's occurred to me before about all these fictional stories where people are in time loops. Like, it would completely and utterly shatter your sense of morality if you had the sense that the things you do have literally no consequences. I suppose you would have to ask some difficult questions, like if someone is suffering during a particular loop before it resets, to what extent is their suffering real, etc., and to what extent should you place any weight on it. But yeah, what I'm getting at is, obviously if this is real life, I wouldn't just give them the knife out of curiosity. I'd probably think they're a bit deranged, but and wouldn't want them to harm themselves. But I am very curious what she is going to do if I do give her the knife.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
Unless she's thinking she's going to pick the... But she said surgical removal, so she's not going to use the dagger to pick the shackles.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Well, she still couldn't get close to us.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
No.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
Those are certainly cons.
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros?
What about the pros, he says?
There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
I'm trusting you. Give her the knife.
Slide it over.
No, absolutely not. I am not letting you hand your only weapon over to the world-ending princess. Until you come up with any other idea, like, say, I don't know, doing your job and slaying her, you remain rigidly in place.
Do you think this will work? Interesting that you're only having us remain in place. It's almost like there are very real limits to your power.
Fair point.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The world ends if we fail, right? Her killing us might not be our only failure state, if you catch my meaning.
I don't know where you're going with this. Could you explain?
Yeah, I'm trying to think where he's going with this. Killing us might not be our only failure state. Well, I suppose if she left, for example, but we were alive.
Yes. Explain it.
Sure. I'm insinuating that we could kill ourselves. Ruin this whole thing.
Yes, true.
You wouldn't.
I'm not afraid of dying. Are you?
A little.
Well, we wouldn't get the grey if we did this, I'm sure. Because that required us to kill her.
You got your point across. Fine. You slide the blade across the floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Thanks.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly as she raises the blade to her throat.
Okay. So she's going to have to, even if she can survive a beheading, she's going to have to trust us to take her head out of here, I assume.
What is she doing? She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck.
Goodness. Watch in uneasy silence.
Her eyes stare forward, unblinking, as she soars through skin, veins, cartilage. At last she reaches bone, the blade grinding audibly against her vertebra as it continues to slice its way through her neck.
Which means she isn't using her nervous system to control her body, or else she would have just become paralysed.
I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that? Huh.
So that's her play.
So that's her play, he says.
Killing herself?
She isn't dead yet.
Finally, you hear a snap. Her eye twitches. There's an uneasy silence. She remains motionless for a long moment.
A long
her
moment
twitching
only.
eye the only movement in the room, until at last it stops in an unsettling half-wink. Her head twists slowly to the side, flopping to her shoulder,
Oh,
and her neck
that is disgusting.
opens. The remaining tissue is not enough to hold the weight of her severed head. It stretches and tears until finally it falls to the floor, completely free.
Could have done without
Bounces
seeing
a few
that.
times before rolling to a stop at your feet. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back. The princess's eyes stare up at you. Dead. Congratulations! You saved the world.
I'm not sure we have.
So I guess that's it. What a way to go. But she is gone, isn't she?
I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
Now hold on, she's dead. So what's the rush? What's your angle?
I don't have an angle. I'm just looking forward to putting all this behind us. I'm sure you can understand that.
I wonder if she's about to wake up in a moment.
Look, I'm just not ready to put my guard down. It's best to keep sharp. She wouldn't have done all that without some kind of reason. She's left us with this dangling thread, and I need to know why.
Very good way to put it.
You're just wasting your energy. The danger has passed, and now we can all relax and enjoy your reward.
Take the princess with you.
Ugh, fine. You pick up the princess's severed head, its neck stump still oozing bodily fluids. Then make your way back upstairs to the first floor of the cabin.
Did you see that? I could have sworn she moved.
I could believe it.
She didn't. She's dead. But what if she's not? Are you listening to yourself? Do I need to explain to you why decapitation is lethal? The door to your bountiful reward is right in front of you. All you have to do is open it.
The stars are still there. I think she may be... in whatever state she's in right now, I think she may be maintaining everything. Whatever mechanism's in place to cause the cabin to be taken away to a far-off place isn't happening. Perhaps she's completely paralysed but still alive. Or perhaps it's just a doubt in her head which is changing the world, causing her to still be alive. Leave the cabin and claim your reward.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
You're going to be surprised when you realise there is still stuff there.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is... wait, no, that's not right.
We do find a world saved from certain doom, although possibly it's not saved.
Well played.
Free a prisoner. She was pretending.
This is the end of the world, isn't it? I always thought I'd at least have time to explain myself before I had to watch it happen. It's already...
Oh dear. Poor narrator.
over? Is he gone?
But we're still here. Maybe it wasn't the end of the world after all. Maybe it was just the end of his.
Thanks for carrying me up here. I had to take it on faith that you would know what to do. I'm glad I was right to trust you. So, this is the outside. Maybe it's just my lack of body, but it's colder than I expected.
Oh, she's being taken. Another chapter 2 ending.
She's gone. And is that... This...
You're right.
I guess we could just leave and see if that leads to a different chapter 3. I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you I could also go down without the dagger. I'm not sure I need to... Oh no, I couldn't. I tried and it wouldn't let me. I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just going to leave her. So I'm just going to leave her here. Leave the princess in the basement.
As if by divine will, just as you finish the thought, you hear a door slam. I'm afraid you won't be leaving until the task is finished. It doesn't matter how many chains she's in, without your intervention, she'll find a way out eventually. That's not fair. Unless you deal with her right here, right now, she will remain an existential threat to the entire world. What seems unfair to you is fair for everyone else.
Huh. So it's not even safe to think. I see how it is.
How surprising. They locked you down here too.
Indeed. Sit with her.
You step towards the princess.
There's fine.
That's reasonable. You do as she asks.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Right, so what are my choices here? Hey, let me out of here. Open the door.
You have everything you need to deal with her and save the world. I'm sure the door will open as soon as you finish your incredibly important task. Doesn't sound like we'll be able to talk him into letting us leave.
Yeah, not a chance. He's single-minded about this. But don't worry. There are plenty of things that aren't in his control.
Oh? For instance?
Us. Her. But mostly us. If he didn't have his limits, we wouldn't be here. Not like this.
You were asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
The only thing I can think is if I say, fine, you'll be beheaded, but I'm going to do it. But that might just end like sitting too close to her does. How am I supposed to cut you out if you didn't notice your head is in a shackle too?
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're
Well, we've heard this
there are
before. If you want to leave, I'm going to be the one with the weapon. Deal with it. Cut her out on your own.
Do you think these chains take away my saying things?
As you move towards the princess, she stands.
Yeah, I thought that might
Chain
happen.
an instant there around your neck. The metal chains constrict.
Drop the knife or you die.
What is she doing? We weren't trying to attack her.
I can see where she might have gotten the wrong idea. She doesn't have much agency here.
Oh, I
Would we
dropped
have
the
trusted
knife
her
here.
if the roles were reversed?
I don't know. How about we think about the nuances of interpersonal relationships when we're not being strangled? How many times did I warn you she's not to be trusted? But while strangulation can be very distracting, she's not armed, and you have your pristine blade.
Drop it.
As your weapon falls pathetically to the floor, the princess releases you from her stranglehold, shoving you away with a swift kick.
Oh, that's nice. So that we're too far away for her to hurt us. Well, I suppose she could throw the knife at us if she really wanted to try, but she'd only get one chance at that.
Your hands test the bruised flesh of your neck as you regain your senses, watching with a dazed expression as the princess snatches up the blade.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly. What is she doing? You close your eyes. That doesn't stop you from hearing every grisly detail. The splitting of skin, the wet mulching of severed veins, the grinding of metal against bone. I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. How'd she do that?
Huh. So that's her play.
Killing herself?
We don't know.
Do
that
we
she's
leave?
dead yet. We're not even watching it happen. She could just be faking those sounds.
Making those
Then,
sounds.
finally, you hear a snap and an uneasy silence. There is a slow and fleshy tear. Hard to fake that. This is worse than watching.
I wonder how they actually made the sound effects for this game. I wonder if I want to know.
And yet our eyes are still closed.
Finally, there's the soft thud of something roughly head-sized bouncing against the floor, and the clattering of chains as they drop along with it.
That must have hurt.
I think you can open your eyes now. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back. The princess's eyes stare up at you. Dead. Congratulations! You saved the world.
Huh. So I guess that's it. What a way to go. But she is gone, isn't she?
I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
Now hold on, she's dead. So what's the rush? What's your angle?
I don't have an angle. I'm just looking forward to putting all this behind us. I'm sure you can understand that.
Look, I'm just not ready to put my guard down. It's best to keep sharp. She wouldn't have done all that without some kind of a reason. She's left us with this dangling thread. I need to know why.
I bet it is that we leave now, because the last time we got the Grey because we killed her. But if we go back up, and we go through the whole, oh, your reward is an eternity of bliss, I don't want that, I'm stopping your heart, again, then she couldn't blame us for what happened. Or at least at most she could blame us for being ignorant. So that will probably lead to a different outcome.
You're just wasting your energy. The danger has passed, and now we can all relax and enjoy your reward.
Leave the basement to claim your reward.
Fine. But if we're leaving, then we're taking the blade. I feel exposed without it.
With your work done, you remove the blade from the princess's corpse and make your way back upstairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. You can think of it as sealing yourself off from an unpleasant chapter of your life. It's all uphill from here.
Everything's gone. But also, we didn't need to remove the blade from the princess's corpse. It wasn't in it anymore.
The windows. Do you see that? We used to be able to see the outside world from up here, but now it's just empty. The door. Check the door.
Well, we've heard this before.
You only know like so deck. But we're not.
That's more. The voices. Eventually, you pass into.
No, you really don't. We still. That wasn't real happiness.
What's the heavy breathing for, I wonder?
Don't apologize. I'm sorry.
Wait, why are you sorry? Your body lurches as your heart suddenly stops beating. Are you killing us?
You'll forgive me eventually.
You goddamn spiteful bastard. Are you really going to turn down immortality itself just to make me lose?
Why should it matter if we die at this point? Haven't you already gotten what you want?
I don't have to answer that.
Probably be a good idea if you did, though. I don't think holding your cards hard close to your chest here is doing anyone any favours.
That's all we needed to hear.
It turns out that it doesn't take too long to die after your heart stops beating. You collapse to the floor, everything goes dark, and you die. You're a genocidal maniac, you know that, right?
Yeah, we'll see about that.
The cage! We've done it!
You're on a path in the wood.
Are you fucking kidding me? We had everything we ever could have wanted, and you killed us.
Oh dear, someone's not happy. Fun fact, before the pristine cut, this also led to the grey and people complained about it. That makes a lot of sense.
We didn't have everything we ever could have wanted. That's just what he told us. I want the truth, not some made-up eternal happiness.
But it was nice. Who gives a shit about truth?
I do. He said we were happy, but what does happiness like that even mean? It was just another prison.
Like the one we appear to be in now.
And this isn't. There are chains everywhere.
That just means we're on the right track, you numbskull. That we're finally starting to see reality for what it is.
Can you two stop fighting? It's not very productive. No, it isn't, is it? So let's focus up. You've clearly already been here before, and judging by how deranged you all are, you've already been here more than once. I'll spare you my full introduction, but I would like to remind you that the people in my world are living, breathing, suffering entities. Not pawns for you to sacrifice in pursuit of some vague truth.
Well put. That's a good point. We do still have the blade. I didn't realise. Should we talk about how we still have the blade? We've never started with the blade before.
Huh. I hadn't actually noticed.
Holding it's starting to feel natural, isn't it?
Means that we can't not take the blade.
It doesn't matter if we spawn with it or have to trudge all the way up to the cabin to get
Spawn
it.
with it.
It's not even a blade, really. It's just a dinky little knife. The real threat here can kill us without it anyway.
Using gamer terms.
I didn't kill us without reason.
Well, you still killed us.
This is strange. You're not supposed to start with the blade. It says right here that you're supposed to find it at the cabin. Oh well, I suppose that doesn't make much sense anyway. It's better if you start with a weapon, so this is probably for the best.
Probably for the best. Are you sure we even need to slay her? She cut her own head off last time.
She... what? Why would she ever do that? She's not supposed to be suicidal. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. More importantly, if she did cut her own head off, why are you here? You shouldn't have died. You should be enjoying your reward.
I was fine with it, but that spiteful bastard gave us a heart attack and killed us for no reason.
I had a great reason. We were stuck with no answers. And now we're not. You're welcome.
Oh, these are crucifixes, aren't they? I've just realised. Goodness.
And you don't think we're stuck now? We're still in a cage, it's just bigger.
You know, if you think about it, isn't life just a really big cage? Oh, don't you start philosophizing. Just get to the cabin and settle this already.
Toss your weapon into the woods. I'm not taking the blade again. Toss your weapon into the woods.
Are you serious? The blade is your implement. You're going to need it if you want to do things right.
You know what? Yeah, screw this. We won't play along with any of you.
You're all being ridiculous. Why would we disarm ourselves at a time like this? Don't you dare.
To be fair, she doesn't have much reason to be hostile towards us. First time round, she killed us. Second time round, she beheaded herself. Do it. Toss the blade.
Are you even listening to me? Does my opinion count for nothing? We're never getting out of here if you don't listen. I'm intervening. We're not tossing the blade.
Can you do that? I mean, you've done that before, but can you do it on this occasion? I'm in charge and I say we're tossing the blade. You had your chance last time. We all saw how that worked out for us.
Without another word, you foolishly hurl your only chance at victory far off into the woods, never to be seen again.
Woods, he calls it.
Never to be seen again. All we did was toss it into the woods. There's nothing stopping us from picking it back up.
Oh, but there is something stopping you from picking it back up. The fact that you already made your decision. As much as I'd like to turn back the clock, we'll all just have to suffer the consequences of what you've done. That's how decisions work.
That's very interesting. So that must be another example of our thoughts and decisions indeed affecting the world around us. Presumably the blade no longer exists. No, they're not crucifixes. How are they not crucifixes? There's a vertical piece of wood, and then a piece of wood at the top that's perpendicular to it, and the same again there, and the same again there. These are all... obviously I can't see the tops of these ones, but I don't see a single one that doesn't appear to be a crucifix. Next scenery makes it clearer. Okay.
Huh. That felt good. Best thing we've done in ages. Whatever this bullshit world throws at us next, we'll always have this tiny victory.
This very, very tiny victory. No way out but through. Let's go see her.
You stand at the edge of a cliff. An abyss yawns beneath you, empty and endless. The only path forward, a rusted metal bridge. The cabin looms on its far side. I think you already know what waits for you within.
They're, gallows to be hung by then.
Great. A creaky old bridge and a bottomless ravine. Because getting to the cabin was too easy last time. I wonder what other sick jokes are waiting for us. Maybe that ravine doesn't even go anywhere. It'd be par for the course if we slipped and wound up falling forever.
There's nothing to find out here. Time to check in with the missus.
Pristine cut is almost perfect. There are some changes to some princesses I would like, but some things are done by choice from the developers.
I'm going to pretend you didn't just call her that.
Proceed into the cabin.
Every surface of the cabin is draped in chains, the air filled with the mock birdsong of metallic clinks. Where there should be walls, you can see only endless ropes of metal, with hooks dangling from their ends. A fitting cage for a monster destined to end the world.
Why don't we get to hear the mock bird song of metal clinks?
There's nothing for you to do but
Metallic
step
clinks.
forward into the basement. You already foolishly threw away your weapon, but still, your objective awaits. And how are we supposed to get to the basement? I don't see a way down. All I see is a mirror. What mirror? There is no mirror. The only thing of note here is the door to the basement.
Oh, don't you lie to us. We can trust our eyes, and I am not going to stand around arguing over a stupid mirror.
I'm not going to waste time arguing with you. Just get to the basement, okay? The door's on the other side of the room. Then, I guess there's nowhere for us to go but forward.
So it would seem. Approach the mirror.
You step out onto the floor, or what should have been a floor.
Oh. It's chains all the way down, isn't it?
Should have been? Yes, unfortunately. You realise too late that there is no floor beneath the metal. There is only a loose web of chains suspended over some unseen space. An unseen space that you are now rapidly plummeting through.
I wonder if we'd have lost the dagger at this point had we taken it.
Oh, now this is just absolute bullshit. Can't even walk across a room now without being plunged into an abyss.
You're too emotional, it makes us sloppy. We have to focus on details right now, and we can't focus on details if you're raging about every little thing that happens.
Fair point.
Are we supposed to focus on details while we're falling into a bottomless pit?
Don't be ridiculous, it obviously has a bottom.
Your fall is suddenly, painfully halted as rusty chains pull taut against your skin, their hooks digging into your muscle.
Ow.
You find yourself suspended in what appears to be a vast, dark space. The glinting of yet more chains merely hinting at its full dimensions. You dangle a few feet off the bare concrete floor. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour. As your eyes adjust to your new surroundings, you make out a figure standing in the gloom, obscured in shadow. She watches you with the stillness of the grave.
Oh, wonderful. Such a heartening description.
Easy now. We don't know what sort of situation we're dealing with. We should let her make the first move. Let observation give us an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds great on paper. Hello? Are you mad at me? So you can come back too? Look, I'm sorry about what happened last time. I'm supposed to be sorry, right? Why did you cut off your own head?
But you are met with only silence, save for the creaks and groans of metal as it sways in the stale air around you. The hooks slowly shift in your skin, the pain coming in waves as you continue to dangle helplessly.
Oh, this is suboptimal.
Screw this. This is making me bloody anxious. It's like she knows how unfair this all is, and now she's having fun with it. She's mocking us.
Could the staring at us with the silence of the grave or whatever it was, could that actually be more literal than we realised? Has she shown any sign of life yet at all?
By not saying anything.
Yes!
Try to slip free.
As you attempt to move, the princess takes a slow step forward.
Oh, there
As
we go.
she does so, the heavy chains shift, tightening and tearing at your flesh, your joints screaming in agony as the rusted hooks dig deeper. Stars dance in your eyes as the chain wrapped around your neck threatens to choke you. As your vision comes back into focus, your eyes fall on the body of the
It's on
princess,
down there.
finally emerged from the shadows. The body of the princess is a weird way to describe a person.
Her head's in a cage in her left hand.
It's only accurate. The form in front of you is a body, draped in raiments of chains, her head dragging along behind her in an iron cage. The head stares up at you but says nothing, and the chains squeeze ever tighter.
I'm not sure she's happy that we didn't take her with us.
Oh, we're being strangled already? You haven't given us a chance to do a damn thing. What's the point of any of this if we don't even get to make a single choice?
I was just thinking that I don't think any of our choices have mattered up to this point.
I'm not here to give you chances. I'm here to set the stage and to dictate to you what happens. I can advise you on the correct course of action, but there are limits to my direct involvement. The choices, if that's what you like to call them, have always been yours.
A riddle while we're dying, isn't that? Just like you. Now to figure out what exactly you mean by choices.
Oh, for the love of stop thinking and do something.
What is your problem with me? I've only ever tried to help you. That is actually true.
What makes you think I have a problem with you? Because I'm a head in a cage? Don't be silly. That's what I've always been. It's not like you're any different.
The body takes another step towards you, the chains around you tightening, the hooks boring deeper into your flesh. They constrict dangerously around your throat. You find it harder to breathe.
I don't believe her. I think she does have a problem with us.
I don't think she's happy you're here. But what do I know? I'm just a set of eyes and ears. I don't make choices. At least not any that matter.
Oh, well, isn't that just convenient?
Yes. Putting yourself forward as two independent individuals at this point.
It makes sense to me. She's a severed head. What control could she possibly have over her body? There's no connections, no nerves. So bodies can work on their own.
Well, in this game apparently.
You know, I wouldn't mind that, actually. Maybe when the chain pops our useless head off, we'll get to run around without it.
This was all doomed from the start, wasn't it?
This was all doomed from the start, wasn't it, from the narrator? What do you mean you're just a watcher? You cut your own head off last time. You made that decision.
What's the point of making a choice if it all ends the same way? I'm still stuck, and you're just as stuck as I am. Everything we witness is just another shade of the same endless cycle. I wake up in chains.
The body steps forward. Your bindings tighten again.
You come to me, knife in hand.
I didn't bring a knife.
But that's not right. We didn't bring the knife.
Your pattern's broken. I'm unarmed.
But that's not right. That's not the reality I've been looking at. You shouldn't have been able to do that.
The body marching towards you comes to a lurching stop.
Oh, I may have actually got a better outcome than we would have otherwise received. Also, the way it looks like our skin is being pulled tighter and tighter, it's not pleasant.
Huh. She stopped. What is that supposed to mean?
What do you actually want? The only way we can get out of here is if you drop your guard, just like I did.
You make it sound so easy. But it can't be that easy. Not after all that violent repetition.
Oh.
Suddenly, the chains loosen, the hooks sliding from your skin. You come crashing to the floor, and as the chains rain down around you, her body falls too. The room settles into comforting silence. No more rattling of chains, no more slow, deliberate footsteps from the princess's body, only the soft click of the latch as it opens the door of the cage.
So that's really all it took?
The truth was right there the whole time. We just needed to believe we were better than this. I feel like a fool, really. But it's always the most complicated problems that tend to have the simplest solutions.
That is absolutely not how this works.
Looks like we've seen through your lies at last, Mr. the Narrator.
Mr. the
If
Narrator.
that even is your real name.
Oh, shut up. We got lucky. And you especially got lucky.
Both of you talk too much. Give her a chance to say what she wants to say. I'm sick of treating this like some puzzle or bullshit game.
I want you to take me out of this place. That's all I've ever wanted.
The princess's body doesn't stand, instead holding the cage aloft, beckoning you to come near. If you take her out of there, if you carry her to freedom, it's the end of the entire world. You know that, right?
Fine by me. This world is bullshit anyways. The rest of us will find one that's better.
He has a point.
Besides, we already made our choice, all the way back in the woods. Nothing you can do about it now. I suppose not. You know, I think a part of me always knew this was doomed from the start. I'm narrating on borrowed time, aren't I?
Sadly.
But even if I'm doomed to go, I might as well make sure you have a proper ending. Go on then.
Oh, we don't even get a choice. Take your princess from her cage.
You cautiously approach the kneeling body and extend your hand, bruised and bleeding from the trials that brought you to this point. And then you take her from her prison. She looks up at you, and for the first time since you laid eyes on her, she smiles warmly.
I do hope that we're not moving towards the second opportunity in the game for a kiss.
I have no idea how we're supposed to leave.
But the body points, and you follow its finger to a lone chain dangling from the doorway that sits far, far above you.
Good thing we're a bird.
Are we supposed to climb up while holding her?
We're a bird.
I'll pull us out of here, if you just hold on.
Okay, I guess that could work too.
I'm game.
So am I. Then get on with it.
Take hold of the chain.
You wrap your hand in the chain, holding tight as it starts to move and holding the princess close to you. Together, you rise out of the pit.
He doesn't sound happy to be narrating this. I just noticed she's got a chain as a headband.
I'm sorry.
A penguin is a
if I
bird
made this
too.
harder than it
That's
had
true.
to be.
You glance back towards the princess's body, doing its part as it hoists you up. It grows smaller and smaller, slowly disappearing back into the shadows of the basement.
No, that's not right. There shouldn't be an if. I'm sorry. I made this harder than it had to be.
Maybe she has a point, in a way. Our bodies don't matter.
Interesting.
We're almost there. I can smell the night air.
That bit of light feels like it's mocking us. At any moment, she could just drop the whole thing and send us crashing down.
I must say, if this was really happening to me, one of the things I'd be really worried about is dropping the head. Like, I feel like that's not going to be an easy thing to hold on to while most of your muscular effort is being put into just keeping hold of a chain. It's not I'm guessing we don't have an arm free. Although I guess we might if we gripped the chain hard with our legs. Perhaps we would only need one arm. But that doesn't seem to be what's being depicted here.
I
don't think that's gonna happen, mate. It'll be par for the course. And then the train stops its ascent, depositing you safely in the cabin doorway. I guess you never closed it behind you. Well, there's only one thing left for you to do.
Shall we?
Well, you know, it's funny. All of this talk about free will, I feel like I'm locked into this outcome. Step into your freedom.
I mean, what's the alternative? Dropping me to prove a point?
Huh, I hadn't even considered that. Should it be an option? Can it be an option?
I'm joking, by the way. Please don't drop me.
I mean, we could. Hell no, don't you even joke.
He was joking. But fine, I see I'm outnumbered, as usual. Have it your way.
It would certainly be a new data point.
Probably wouldn't work anyways. It'd make that perfectly good blade you threw out completely meaningless.
Step into your freedom.
And so you step into a world ended by your hand. What a travesty.
Goodbye. It's been
Awful? Is he still there?
No.
I think he's gone.
We did it! That wasn't so bad. Now I guess we'll need to find a new game to play.
Thank you so much. I didn't think this was possible. But here we are.
I wonder if I drop her if I actually get a chapter 4.
It's a little cold out here, isn't it?
You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where does she go? Should we try and find her?
Allegory of the cage.
And is that a... This...
You're right.
Let's go.
It is a shame that I don't get to, because of the way I've done this, that I don't get to speak to the creature that exists in the long quiet.
Well, I'll be damned. Did I just will that option into existence? After everything?
Huh. So this is what it's like to dish it out. It feels bad. It's not how I thought it would feel.
You sure kept your cards close to your chest. Smartly played. We haven't seen what happens if we're the ones that beat her, but we'll see what happens now.
Well, no time for taking it back.
Oh
It's
no.
done. You let go of the princess's head and watch as she plunges into the abyss. Can't believe I was all doom and gloom just a moment ago. Congratulations. You might just have saved.
So why are you disappearing?
All of that just to take it all away. You're cold.
Are we going to get the... Oh, of course. She feels cold whenever the hands take her, so that's very carefully chosen words. Also, this is the music that usually happens when the hands take her. I wonder if we're going to get a chapter 4 and it will have Voice of the Cold. Or not.
She's gone. Is that a...
Free will. Exert your will at the edge
Why
of a
is it
steely
here?
cage, even if it hurts
Why-
you. That's disappointing. It would have been nice to have... It would have been nice for that to have gone somewhere else.
You grab...
Right, let's find out what happens if I had the blade on me.
You step out. Yeah, son. Oh, now this is your... Oh, we don't. Your fall is defined. If the princess as your... But you are masked by... Yeah. As you attempt to move, the princess of... The... Oh, I'm not...
What makes you think I have a problem with it's not
The body...
I don't...
Oh, well, you know...
None of this is my fault. I haven't done anything to you except give you my weapon twice.
And when the time comes, you'll give it to me again. And then she'll do something horrible with it. I wonder what it'll be this time. Everything we witness is just another shade of the same endless cycle. I wake up in chains.
The body steps forward.
You come to me, knife in hand.
The body steps forward. The pressure on...
You give me your implement.
The pressure is finally too much. Your fist unfolds as your joints swell with trapped blood, and your pristine blade tumbles helplessly to the ground.
I cut myself free.
Well, at least she gets it. This whole damn thing's a pile of flaming bullshit, and there's nothing we can do to put it out.
You're setting me up to fail. I can't make real choices strung up like this, and you're refusing to make any choices at all. Us choosing the same moves every time we play isn't an indictment of anyone's free will. It's just how things happen to play out. I could have thrown away that knife in the woods if I wanted to, but I chose to come here with it. What was I supposed to have done? Did you want me to carry your severed head out of the cabin with me? I thought you were dead. Oh please, just stop walking forward. I'm going to die if you don't stop, or say nothing. What was I supposed to have done? Did you want me to carry your severed head out of the cabin with me? I thought you were dead.
That is what I wanted, but you didn't do it. And I don't think you could have done it. The walls are what the walls are. So give in with me. None of this is up to us.
She steps forward yet again, and the chains dig into you, your nerves screaming, your heart pounding, your lungs desperate for air.
I don't think we can hold on to you much longer. Like I said, the girl's right. This whole thing is rigged.
This is all getting so predictable, isn't it? Pop.
Ow. But hang on. I think this is going to lead to a chapter 4. Because she wasn't taken by the creature that lives in the long quiet. You're falling, the world is spinning, and then you hit the ground, your body light in a way that is sickeningly wrong, and roll to a stop. The sound of rattling chains and a heavy thud as the rest of what was you once falls to the ground somewhere nearby. Oh, maybe not. You're unable to take action, unable to defend yourself, unable to even look as the princess's body steps towards you, one slow rhythmic step after another. It steps down to pick you up, and then a shadow rises behind the body, blade glinting. That's our body.
And now, the cut.
It strikes and it strikes true, and the body drops its cage in pain. They descend on each other in a maelstrom of chains and hooks and feathers and blood, fighting their way deeper into the shadows until you're left to witness... They descend on each other in a maelstrom of chains and hooks and feathers and blood, fighting their way deeper into the shadows until all you're left to witness are the sounds of violence.
See? You only ever thought you were in control. Isn't it so much nicer to let go?
Not really. I didn't let go, you ripped my head off. You didn't cut yourself free. My body is still the one with the knife. Doesn't that mean this is different? Doesn't that mean I broke your pattern?
Huh. I guess you're right. Pattern must be wrong then. Maybe if we keep watching, we'll figure it out. And we've got nothing else to do but watch.
And so you and the princess watch as your bodies weave in and out of the shadows, performing their lethal dance.
Look at us go. Aren't we beautiful?
Probably not what I would have taken from this, but I see your point of view. The movement is gorgeous, primal, uninhibited, steel crashing against steel and flesh rolling off of flesh.
It's all going to come to a head soon.
Yes, very clever.
Head.
And at last, the climax plays out. Your body, wreathed in chains and shadows, makes its final move, but so does hers. Chain shatters spine and blade pierces heart.
I guess I'll see you next time.
Will there be a next time? Both hers and yours collapse, their dance complete. Blood drips from the princess's mouth, and she coughs. No, there isn't going to be a next time.
It's cold. But that's always been us, hasn't it? Cold isn't bad.
No exit. Remains stuck between the walls of a pattern in a steely cage. Right, we're going quite a long way back now. All the way to before the prisoner.
The interior of the cabin.
Let's go for the adversary.
Who's there?
She sat down. Good. She's focused on.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
You step forward. Your grip on the blade.
Because we haven't done the
tightening as you
adversary
steel
yet.
your resolve.
Not in this playthrough.
Oh, I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? So...
You lunge forward without a... You feel flesh easily...
Oh, okay, I
Oh.
should have hesitated.
This is... Do you...
It's like... Yeah, but
That's on me.
it's... We should make... You lean down and place your hand against her. We definitely won't. I'm sorry, do you... Wait, you know what that was?
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Something sharp digs into your side, the shock of it sending your nerves into a pained frenzy. Quick, let's get out of here. It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs.
Where did she get a blade?
As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
Pretty sure you know that one, but we'll see. You didn't go there on stream. I don't think I know this one.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
I will want to do the adversary at some point because I'm trying to fill up the memories. That's why I was going to do that one, because it's one that I could do quite quickly.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you, for whatever that's worth. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The razor.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I don't think I remember this. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning. She will lie.
He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
Voice of the cheated again.
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful.
You'd remember razor.
Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped
my
wood and
goodness.
broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Into the basement.
Are we really doing this without a weapon? You know she has one, right?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall.
Yeah, everything looks very sharp and pointy, and I'm pretty sure I've never seen this before.
The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
Scraping? She's not even trying to hide her knife. It's like she wants to get in our head.
Yeah, and how is she doing that? Is it actually a small knife, or does she have a sword that she's scraping across the ground? Or an axe?
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
Sounds a bit spooky and supernatural.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us, like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Oh, she looks fairly normal.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Wait, is she gonna be like... Is she gonna be like Edward Scissorhands? Does she just have, like, knives for fingers or something?
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down. Exactly. She sounds threatening because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
I know you have a knife. I'll let you out of here if you drop it. I think it's her fingers. Yeah, I know you have a knife. I'll let you out of here if you drop it.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife? And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
Yes, very silly. You just feel so embarrassed.
Okay, I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death.
No,
Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
you assume. Prove it then. Prove that you don't have a knife.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you, but I don't have one, so I can't.
The princess smiles as she
Okay.
pulls her hands from behind her back.
I still think she has a sharp object on her, but fingers aren't knives.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
Her smile stretches into an
Does she have a-
even wider grin as she shakes her sleeves.
Does she have a tail with a dagger or something?
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's practically zero.
It's practically zero. But what if you're just hiding it somewhere secret?
I've shown you all of my hiding spots. What kind of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret. Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me, only they have nothing to do with you or my intention to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
Her smile drops for a moment, her expression sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
I'm inclined to believe her on that one. She seems serious.
Of course, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We know for a fact she's armed.
If I come close to you, you're just going to stab me, aren't you?
What? No! No! I wouldn't stab you. I am just a sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason.
She said innocent in a very interesting way.
And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to, not stabbing distance to help me.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her. She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. But you know who has the capacity to quickly arm himself? You do. So stop second-guessing yourself, go upstairs, take the blade, and do your job. But I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
Well, she seems very adamant that she's not going to stab us and she has no stabby objects. Okay, fine. I'm coming closer to free you. You'd better not try anything.
Of course I won't.
Against your better judgment,
That's not
I
a
walk
good
across
facial
the room
expression.
within arm's reach of the princess. I don't like the way you said "within arm's reach." You hear the horrible sound of
Ow.
metal slicing through meat. Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers, at first.
At first, it was inside her.
Then yours. Your neck, specifically.
Hehe.
You collapse to the ground, your vision swimming as you attempt to focus on her bloody blade and the limp sack of flesh that was once her arm.
How did she even do that?
You're going to die now.
Okay.
And with a quick jerk of her elbow, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Well, that was an experience. No way out.
You're on a path in the woods.
Oh
No,
dear.
Fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
What voice are we going to get this time, other than Cheated and Hero?
You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do?
I think the developer didn't want to bother giving us, Actually, I suppose it isn't that much effort for them to, give us the dialogue outside the cabin, is it?
I feel dizzy. Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
Couldn't you have taken us somewhere nicer?
Who cares about cards?
Contrarian.
You're all acting like this is about winning and losing, while this is actually about having fun.
Is it now?
Is this fun for you?
I'm broken.
It's not fun for me. I don't like being sliced to pieces. Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third? No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realise that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right. That's too much responsibility. I couldn't agree more. We couldn't be trusted with the fate of a single person, let alone the fate of the world. Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table, a pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay, sure, you take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. And then, we throw it out the window. What? That blade is the only edge we have. We are not. Too late, because we already did it, didn't we? Unfortunately for the rest of you, and for me, and for the sake of the world, yes.
Oh my goodness. These voices. They're worse than in this case they're worse than anything else that's going on. They're hurting our chances of survival more than anything else.
That is horribly unfair. He shouldn't be allowed to just do things like that. You were the one who made us pick it up. See? You're not the only one who can figure out how to do things. What's done is done. I suggest you make the best of it. We're all so mad at each other. I'm just going to sit here quietly in the corner.
3 voices in
People want us
chapter
to
3.
figure
You
out what
usually
to
get
do.
2, I think. Yeah. I think you're right. Although if you include voice of the hero, it would be 3 voices versus 4.
So, Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to head to the basement like you're supposed to? I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? There isn't a door, there's just that mirror. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
Wait, is this called No Way Out because I get no choices at any point? Approach the mirror.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it.
Let's just move it out of the way without looking. I don't want to see us. I'm sure we all look awful after dying twice.
Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Aren't those things inconsistent though? We couldn't both... It couldn't physically be there to the extent we could wipe it clean, but also not be there to the extent we could fumble for the handle. Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising. I can't say I was particularly invested in looking at it before, but now I really want to see what's in it. If it's so keen on hiding from us, whatever it has must be real good. Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Will we? She's probably like a giant spider with razors on the end of each limb.
You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Suboptimal.
As your body
Oh, it's
tumbles
lovely
onto
to
the
see
basement
you.
landing, the form of the princess comes into view, Riley smiling at you from a distance.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. And you still don't have a weapon. That's funny! That's a joke! I'm going to kill you now.
Oh, great.
Yes, that was extremely silly of whoever did that. Probably a bad idea.
I don't think she can hear you.
That was you. I know, I'm just trying to add some levity to this. Well, since all of this was your idea, how about you figure out how to get us out of it? Oh, guys like us don't get to make any decisions. You should know that.
Well, you've made several already. Or at least you've made one. And other voices have made others.
I decided to pick up that blade, and you decided to throw it out the window.
This is why we've already lost. Can't even stop bickering with ourselves. How are we supposed to beat her without a weapon? She's so sharp.
Your internal bickering is
dear.
cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
Like Scyther.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Oh yeah, you're not chained. And yeah, probably. I don't see why I would approach you.
Alright, I'm out of ideas. What we doing?
We're fighting her, obviously. We're going to appeal to her authority, puff her up a bit. There's no reason we can't talk this out, or I'm going to go with not letting her stab us. We can dodge, right? Oh, that's easy. I'm going to try flirting with her. She has swords for arms and we don't. We're panicking. We're going to let her stab us and we're going to have a stiff upper lip about it. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it. All of these ideas suck. Think up something better. All of these ideas are terrible. All of these ideas are terrible. Think up something better.
Yeah, that's right, we just have to think. There's probably an answer if we think.
Just standing there, huh? A bold strategy.
But you don't have time to finish your thought. She closes the distance, and then she skewers you. Ow. What a surprise. Yeah, we don't even get a second to think without her stabbing us.
Flirting is the way to go. I did wonder. But we're already in chapter 3, so no smitten unless there's a chapter 4. It's funny that I've noticed that just now, a year after the release. I must have missed the context for that, sorry.
Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? Nah. We'd know if we died. Right? You're on it. No, you're in it. Where the hell are you?
I think we're dead. And that's all we'll ever be. Dead.
Yeah, getting
dead,
spent is always the
dead,
right choice.
Dead, dead.
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here? I don't actually know how to answer that question. I think he means how many times have we died? Yes. That. Oh, I've lost count, to be honest.
I haven't. It's 4.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
We've died 3 times, isn't it?
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her.
Come on, show me something new.
Okay, plan now.
Oh, that's easy. I'm going to try flirting with her. I think all of these are going to give us different voices. It doesn't work and she kills you again and again and again and again. Your memory blurs as your consciousness leaps from life to life to life, holding any snippets of the conflict that transpires.
Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman. She skewers you.
You're cute.
Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. We just have to hit her harder. She skewers you. More noise isn't helping, it's just making it harder to focus. Just keep dodging, just keep dodging, just keep dodging. She skewers you.
What's the point of avoiding me if you're not going to fight?
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up. We don't even have a weapon. Yeah. Some clod threw it out the window. Again, that was you. No, I was just the clod who suggested it. And if I knew we'd be stuck here forever, I wouldn't have done that. Just panic. Flee. She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
See? We lasted a little longer. Barely. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels.
Interesting suggestion. I hope you won't consider this a spoiler, but if you've chosen flirt as your first option, you could choose a pickup line.
She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
No, I don't mind being told that. It's not spoiling any story that I didn't already know.
We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? One last time. Fine. One last time. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
Yeah.
She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 4, The Empty Cup. This is new.
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here. No steel claw, though.
No.
Was tossing it the only thing we've done that was permanent? That's a sick joke, universe. A sick, sick joke. If it's gone for good, then maybe we never actually needed it. That's what I've been telling you all. We can do this without it. We're tougher than steel. Yeah, mind over matter. Who needs violence when you have love?
Well put.
Who needs love when you've mastered yourself?
Also well put.
Who needs anything when we don't matter?
I disagree.
Well, boys, are we ready? There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is...
Bad?
You stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them. Yeah, leave it to the pros.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be all over the place if they're all narrating.
Fine by me.
Or all
Walk
making
to the
decisions.
door and onto the basement stairs, only it's more of a slide. We know. Fine. I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs? Or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care. Just want to see how this ends. Fine. You make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
Is it more knives?
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Are you going to say what she does? Do you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists,
Oh dear.
splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts. She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering
Oh my
against
goodness.
the walls. All
She
that
still
remains
has a
in the
heart.
center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Holy shit! She's gorgeous.
Absolutely divine.
Okay then.
Yes, behold the perfect woman.
Alright then.
Do you think we can throw her out the window? That looked painful.
It did.
How is she still alive?
Good question.
Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. I'd say we bow down to her right now if that had ever even slightly worked for us.
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
All broken.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
Empty your head. Listen to him bicker.
What just happened? It's so quiet.
I didn't know I could do that. Him too.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
Do not act as the princess approaches, instead allowing her to crash against your form, and yet there is seemingly nothing for her to crash against. Again and again she swings at you, but there's never really was a you to swing at.
This worked before. I was able to make you dead before.
She swings again, and this time she hits something, or something hits her. She looks down in confused terror as her arm bends and folds in upon itself.
Did you do that? It's funny if you did. You're nothing. You've done nothing to me, and I've done so much to you, and that's who we are. But it's like you're nothing now. You can't be nothing. If you're nothing, then what am I? Am I nothing too? No, I'm the one who hurts you.
She hurls herself at you, but as she does, her metal body bends outward. The very contact with what you are repelling her to the point of destruction. Be formless, shapeless, allow a sharp foe to vanquish herself. The din of the shrieking metal subsides, and something small and delicate falls into your hand. It's her heart. It beats gently, calmly in your palm. No ventricles. Oh, one hand. Right. We'd probably better call it there for tonight. So, I hope you enjoyed that. I'll be streaming again on Monday. That's going to be more Hollow Knight. We'll have another go at the Trial of the Fall. Have to see how it goes. I do feel somewhat confident. I feel like if I could just get to the final boss again, I don't want to guarantee I'd do it, but I'd probably do it. Given that we have this little trick with the Weaver spiders now. But I haven't tried it yet, so we'll have to see. Anyway, that'll be Monday. Friday will probably be more Hollow Knight, because we won't have finished the game after Monday. Then next Saturday, I'll be continuing with more Slay the Princess. And trying to get the rest of the vessels, which we may well do. I imagine there's not all that many vessels left. In fact, actually, let's have a quick look. How many vessels are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, more than I thought. Maybe we won't get it all done next time. It's a rare one. Congrats. Oh, the ending I just got. Thank you. Just following the different dialogues. Nothing special. Anyway, thank you for joining me, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh yeah, if my streaming schedule changes, then of course I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I would also announce it on our Discord server. So once again, thank you for joining me, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.